good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the continuing coverage of the Rittenhouse watch party. I've got the camera off just because, let's face it, I've rolled straight out of bed. Guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the video. I've got a few things that I've got to do in the background, so it might be a little bit quiet for a little while, but I figure at least this way we can keep the ball rolling. Trump is being bad himself, just like every other day of his life. Nothing different to see there. You're an independent voter, so you piss off both sides, not intentionally. Well, there you go. Present, share screen. Alright, so we'll start a few seconds back from where we were. Okay. Audio's up. Alright.
Ask you to turn off your safety, please, officer, because it's about to get heavy in here.
10. This one doesn't.
What is happening?
He's booming with the tech now. We're gonna have another
He
15,
moved to
20
a
minutes
totally.
of this.
He was on a good line of questioning, and the problem is he was on a good line of questioning. He said, "Let me back up." He was going to the point that the officers didn't think Rittenhouse was dangerous because he was just sitting in a lobby because they probably thought it was self-defense. He wasn't under arrest at the time. He moved to a different topic, and then he didn't circle back. And now he's moved on from asking an officer questions that really could have shown that no officer would have put up with what Kyle put up with without shooting. And he was right there.
Yeah.
And then he moved on to something else.
You have a suspect in a double homicide sitting in a lobby. Do you arrest him?
I think we're gonna get some super chats again, guys.
I'm annoyed.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
It's chaotic.
125.36. Come on, bud. Keep up.
How do we know that the time's accurate? Has anyone established that?
He downloaded it from YouTube, so yeah, it's accurate.
This was directly downloaded from YouTube.
Oh, it wasn't subpoenaed from YouTube? It was just downloaded from YouTube? Good.
Yeah.
Good.
A minute and 1 hour, 24 minutes and 30 seconds from the back end.
Wait, from the back end?
Always take it from the back end, Nick.
Stop.
He's trying to figure out his timestamps because he doesn't know how he timestamped where he wants to be in this video. That's what he's asking for.
Yeah, he timestamped. He had a negative timestamp go or negative timer on his.
Yep.
As someone who knows the least about this trial, I can say that I'm bored, and that's not good for the jury.
Yes,
agreed, Tom.
I'll see if I can do it this
just
way.
me, no,
you're right.
Video when the dumpster's out in the street and Kyle goes out and grabs the dumpster. Yes. Okay. And when Kyle pulls the dumpster back, the person who's filming takes the camera and shows an individual standing in the street staring at my client in the dumpster, correct?
I would like to see the video again, just to be sure.
The prosecution took all the fucking time in the world to cue the video up right, dude. This is a homicide trial. Take your moment, get your tech right. And of course, poor Kyle has to help his lawyers, of course, because they don't know what they're doing with the tech.
Kyle shouldn't be saying, and like he shouldn't have to lean over and tell them where in the video this is. He should just be sitting there. He should be sitting there yawning more or whatever.
He should be sitting there looking sad because his lawyers aren't doing what they should do. Because sometimes when lawyers are really bad, the jury feels very, very bad for the defendant. I don't know if that's going to play for Kyle in this case because they're not going to feel bad for him.
Kyle, the ventilator Rittenhouse.
Do we know what the composition of the jury is? Like male, female?
No.
They haven't released anything.
There's
They didn't
20
release that?
jurs, 12 and 8 alternates, but we don't know who's alternates. There's 11 women, 9 men. That's all I know.
Yeah, Tom, I haven't watched it as much as they have either.
But we don't know who, like the jurors don't even know who's an actual juror and who's an alternate right now.
So they do the alternates at the end?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. It actually, since they're still dealing with tech, it keeps all the jurors more engaged because sometimes the alternates check out a little bit because they're like, oh, I'm never going to decide anyway. I actually prefer that where they don't know.
It's interesting.
Surprise alternate.
I like that.
That is Kelly Zeminski.
Please continue.
Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
Go back 40 seconds.
Why?
It'll be on the street.
It feels like they're trying to find where they want to be in the video and they don't know.
One of the guys is an asshole.
I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
These guys were...
we did because they lit it on fire. One of the guys losing his patience.
You know who this is right here? I'm pointing with the pointer.
I believe that's Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. This is the dumpster right here.
If that's the dumpster you're referring to, yes.
Right. Continue on.
He's asking more open questions than Binger did.
Yeah, which is not his job as the defense attorney.
Fucking bizarro world.
This is wild.
That's the dumpster. Yes. Yes.
Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
I'm going to show you one of my dating videos. If you could review that, I'd be appreciative.
He's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just doesn't want anyone to burn down his shit. I can't blame him.
That's Kyle going out to get the dumpster out of the street, correct?
Correct.
That dumpster came from Car Source 2's lot, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, continue on.
Just represent to them and the jury that it did,
Your job isn't
like
to be in the
Binger did.
street. You guys stand here.
That's him pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Correct.
Continue on.
Property. That's why you got problems already with people.
Stop. Who's this?
That's Joshua Zeminski.
He's standing in front of Car Source 3, looking directly at Car Source 3, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of the dumpster being brought back by my client.
He's looking more towards the videographer.
Okay.
Mr.
Right to
Rittenhouse
his
is
right would be where the dumpster is, correct?
correct.
And he stands there, and we know that he's armed, correct?
Correct.
In reviewing all the videos that you viewed, putting out fires upset these individuals who are starting the fires. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
That called for a lot of speculation, but sure.
Yeah, but Binger already asked that. He'd look like a real ass if he objected to that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I didn't know he already asked it. The big
Exhibit
pencil.
8, please.
He got it from an alleged nun in the courtroom. I don't know.
A
what
direct
happened.
examination, you were asked questions about non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that was in response to my client saying the statement about they didn't have any non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that non-lethal also doesn't mean nightsticks, OC spray, and things like that. There are what are considered non-lethal bullets.
Can you say that again?
There are bullets that are meant to kill, dismember, maim, correct?
Correct.
There are also bullets that go in firearms that are what are referred to as non-lethal.
Yeah. Rubber bullets?
Yes.
Could be one of those projectiles, yes.
And as far as you know, none of the people out there that evening, like my client who were protecting property and themselves, were armed with non-lethal bullets, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why would they be?
Where are they going with this?
Why would they be armed with non-lethal
I don't know.
rounds?
I was confused why the prosecution brought it up and why the defense didn't, object to it. There's no obligation to carry less lethal or non-lethal.
Video,
No.
They're trying to say what was reasonable that night. I don't fucking know.
3:58 p.m. 3:58 into the video, excuse me.
Guess he's saying no one else was either.
right? So it's normal to have only lethal rounds, but
3 hours 59.
But what's the point?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not standing for this guy. I'm
just trying to figure it all out because
you gotta love these super
God.
chats. Come.
Are there donations that are popping?
Yes,
that
it's
they
so
didn't
funny.
edit out.
My
This
favorite
looks
was
like
he
it was
found
pulled
out.
from Discord. Yeah.
Don't know what video or what service they use. It's
3:59.
Streamlabs chats. It
Yeah.
looks
It looks like
like.
Streamlabs.
Immortan Trump.
And they are voice to text, so it does read them out through the audio.
No, 59, 359, 59.
He's like, no, that's not where I want to be. This is all pre-trial work.
350.
This all should have been smoothed out pre-trial. You don't do this on the fly.
Just clip them. Just clip
Yep.
them down.
Yep. Should have been done already.
Clip 1, clip 2, clip 3, clip 4.
He just got his phone slapped. He got his phone
Not just
slapped
hit
out of
play
his
and we're just gonna let it
pocket.
run through the whole thing. It's irrelevant.
This dude right here got his phone slapped and
You lose the
I hope
jury.
Binger objects to this on
Blindsided.
hearsay. That'd be hilarious.
Love it.
I'd crack up.
Stop. Just hear that yell 3 times. Friendly.
Y'all, this is so boring. This is bad. This is.
I didn't hear that yell.
Who is that?
That appears to be Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay.
Sorry, that's because I was jacking.
And that's when he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum.
I don't know if it's right before the chase, but approximately the start of the chase time is when that audio appears to come out.
Okay. And that would be something to say to someone, I don't have a beef with you, friendly.
Yes.
And that didn't dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, based upon your investigation and viewing of the videos, from continue to attempt to attack my client, correct?
Correct.
Just get this guy to testify
As
that
my
Rosenbaum
client
attacked
is
your client.
running
He's
from
willing.
Mr. Rosenbaum,
Mm-hmm.
is he gaining ground on Mr. Rosenbaum, or is Mr. Rosenbaum gaining ground on him?
Looks like Mr. Rosenbaum is gradually gaining ground on Mr. Rittenhouse.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards my client, and my client turns around and points the gun in his direction, does not level it at him, but makes it very clear that he's armed to Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is not dissuaded by that firearm and continues to chase after my client.
He stops briefly and then continues to run again.
He doesn't stop like I'm standing here and say, contemplating life's realities, like maybe I should pick a better course of action. He slows his gait and then continues on after Kyle, correct?
Correct.
You
And
should have started with this.
Yes.
Kyle runs, I'm terrible with my directions, in a south,
Oh, I know. We all know.
You've said it
southwesterly
8
direction
times now.
through the car source, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen the Lucas Zandon video, correct?
Correct.
And even in this video, you hear like a bang, bang, bang repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
And based upon your investigation, what is that?
Those are bats or other blunt objects hitting cars in the car source lot.
And in the Lucas Zandon video, which is a little over 7 minutes, that's taken from the 63rd, looking in a northeasterly direction into the car source.
Yes, mainly north.
Okay. And there's well more than 50 people there bashing car windows, jumping on cars, and starting a fire there.
So I'd say there's more than 50 people there, but it might be a little less than that with people that are actually doing property damage, because there are a lot of people that are standing around.
Because there
As
probably
well.
weren't enough cars for everybody to beat on. Is that a fair statement?
Come on.
I think it's argumentative. Like,
It's speculative because there weren't enough cars for everybody to beat on. This is not the point you
there
make.
won't be so many cars, correct?
There's a certain number of cars in the car source
There
lot.
is a number
And
of cars.
Back when
Yes,
Car Source
thank
was a
you.
running business, those weren't junk cars. They were real cars of somebody's property. correct?
Attorney Tom's about to
There
go
were
look
cars
for
for
some
sale.
cars.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever hear any of these rioters give an explanation for why destroying somebody's property is going to make their situation or Mr. Blake's situation better.
I object. Calls for hearsay.
He just objected to hearsay when that was all he's ever presented.
Plan or a statement of intent.
God.
So the
Judge-
objection's overruled.
Judge did Richard's
I've not
job for
heard
him there too.
Yes, he did. And the answer was still, I don't know.
Now,
Oh my God.
the video of car source that's shown from the FBI fixed wing aircraft, that's at 9,000 feet, correct?
I can't recall the exact.
8,500,
I think
buddy.
You said 8,500.
89.
Yeah.
I mean,
High.
okay,
Yes.
you and I will agree
High.
on that. And you
Yes.
could see this
Higher
bag
than the first
Thursday
witness?
flying through it.
Oh, boom.
Flying through the air.
The plastic bag?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also, we're right here.
Right here.
That's the video we're talking about. And here's the pointer. Excuse me.
Watch my stick.
Oh, you lost the pointer? Because you lost the point a while ago, Richards.
Agreed. He should have started with this
You mean this?
and then
this
asked about the social
mysteriously-
media stuff because I don't understand what he was asking about with somebody's phone and holding somebody's phone. There was never a point.
I think he was just going for a general idea that the police have not gone after the perpetrators and instigators that night, but they went after Kyle.
But he never made that
This
point.
was in between
No,
our.
You made that point more
I said
eloquently.
8,500. You said 9,000.
Okay. So
Oh,
and
Jesus.
here is the latitude longitude.
Yes.
And this cursor, according to your information, is what controls the camera. Where they put that cursor, the camera locks onto that and the plane keeps moving, correct?
That's what it appears to. That appears to control the direction of the camera.
Here,
Yes.
we have a heat.
Notice there is an altimeter on this video. It's 8941 feet.
We see some white there. Yes.
He's not
I'm waiting for the
established as a drone
prosecution to
expert.
object for lacks of personal knowledge
Car, which
Yep.
because he has no idea how this works.
At the northeast corner of car source, we also have a heat source.
Yes.
And there's a video of an individual right before my client gets there, starting that Duramax on fire.
Yes.
They're doing this badly.
Understatement.
It's boring. It doesn't have a story to it. It's like you said earlier. It's non-linear. It's hard to follow for the jury.
No, this, that's up.
Barnes was
It
talking about
feels
this
like-
last night.
He doesn't have an objection going into cross. He's just asking a bunch of disjointed questions.
This exhibit,
That's what Barnes
nine,
said about
the
this guy. He
FBI
said he's
video
not
from
good
a
at
distance,
narrative.
correct?
He's
Yes.
really good
You
at
looked at
facts
this
and
on
fact
numerous
recall
occasions.
on the
Yes.
fly.
and probably the best way
Then he should be second chair.
find somebody on this video is to go backwards. So we know where the shooting was, correct?
Yes.
And so you follow it backwards. That's how you identify Kyle. That's how you identify Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
That and relating it to other videos.
Exactly.
Yes.
Why are
And
we? Why
No,
are we
In
Sorry.
this
Sorry.
video, you're able to get.
Stop establishing
the
foundation
and
for
this
the
is
prosecution.
the Also, correct?
Yes.
Could I have our exhibit?
Show their desktop more. I want to see. I want to see
I
all
do
the
too.
good
I wanna
names
know
of their icons.
Yep, I want to know what they have in there.
You know they got a Britney folder.
KillerKyle.jpg.
Government payoff.
Lord.
Checks cashed from feds. Attorney Tom, you're not allowed to chuckle. It's not okay.
Well, I'd rather have Jerry Spence, who I think is like 105 years old, be this guy's lawyer.
You've got to have someone who can actually help the jury understand why these points matter.
Why are we zooming in on these these
Where's
ladies?
that
and
woman?
this guy?
Oh my God! What that intense stare, though.
She's trying to stay awake.
Yeah.
That's somebody who's about to fall asleep.
Pew, pew.
Pew, pew.
High score achieved.
You know, it'd be funny if that was the judge's phone, He was playing games the whole time.
Circle between what I would say the second and third row of cars, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
This red is Mr. Zeminski, green Mrs.
Yes.
White Kyle.
Yes.
And Richie McGinnis is to the left of the television screen, correct?
To the right.
In pink.
To the right of the television screen.
To the right. Sorry. Roll it, please.
His just bumbling incompetence makes them look bad in general.
It does. And it's not something that's going to help because
As Kyle, the white circle, comes to the Duramax, this individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, begins to come out of his hiding place.
Yes, he comes around the vehicle at that time.
And
make the cop say hiding place.
Yes.
And he comes around, roll.
Yeah, say he was hiding. Have him say he was hiding. He
Make him say
clearly
he's
was.
hiding. Yep.
Blue, again, Mr.
Lying in
Rosenbaum,
wait,
correct?
if you will.
Correct.
And now you begin with the chase.
He's
Mr.
not
Rosenbaum,
standing still. He's lying in wait.
Correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
Not yet.
Always a Hamilton reference.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
This looks like a classic ambush.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to object as to the calling for the defendant's interpretation of things. The jury can make their own decision as to what the
Overruled. Oh, he sustained
Oh,
it.
bought me.
Overruled.
Is
He
it
overruled
hiding?
it?
That's my
Overruled.
He overruled it.
Do they not stand
It
up
appears
when
so,
they
yes.
object?
My client gets
Not
Do
because
you?
the mic's
Side of
down
the
at
Duramax,
sit level.
the far side from Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
My client comes to the far side of the Duramax from Mr. Rosenbaum.
On the opposite
correct?
side of Mr. Rosenbaum, yes.
And
In
his
our court, we
circle,
deliver
my
our
client's
argument from
stationary,
sitting.
And his circle is
Really?
closing on my client's
weird.
circle. Mr.
That's
That is
super
odd.
weird.
Correct.
That is odd.
And according to this video, which we don't have sound because it's from 9,000 feet, this is right about the time where Kyle yells friendly, friendly.
Friendly, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
Yes.
And it does not dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Roll the tape. Stop. Kyle goes out into the road, goes back into the car source lot with him, meaning Mr. Rosenbaum, following, correct?
Correct.
Where's Mr. Zeminski in this?
He's on the sidewalk. It's going to be just north of the blue circle, and that's going to be going right from left to right on that screen. No, the other direction.
No, you were right.
To the right of the blue circle on that screen.
Okay, so right here?
No, to the right of the blue circle. Yes.
You're the right.
I mean, almost directly behind Kyle to the side of Mr.
The jury is watching this guy get
Yes.
basic directions wrong in
Mhm.
real time.
Stop.
Yeah, that's not really helpful.
Which doesn't go well.
Dennis?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have talked about that, but you could have the best case in the
Yes.
world, but if you're unorganized or not charismatic, I mean, what a lot of people need to
Yes.
realize is jurors are regular people, so they get bored.
Yes.
They get and they look at everything, the way you're dressed, the way your body language is, how prepared
Yep.
you are. All this stuff hurts.
This appears to be just before.
If you're bored,
Yep.
they're bored.
does.
Yeah,
And
100%.
the thing is, he has to gain their trust so he can guide them through a self-defense
I did not see it. No.
case. And he's not gaining their trust by not knowing his left from his right.
Videos, there's one a sound and two a flash.
Yes, in multiple videos. Yes.
I'll be right back, guys. Nature calls.
Mr. Zeminski didn't come
He is not
forward
doing a good job winning this jury.
complaining
No.
about my client's behavior that
He's
day.
done nothing to win him over.
Correct.
No.
He didn't come forward and complain and say that I had to shoot him to scare him or something like that. Correct?
He did not come forward. Correct.
And after my client shoots Joseph Rosenbaum 3 times, 76 hundredths of a, excuse me, 4
Why
times.
did he say my client? I would call him Kyle.
76
Humanize
hundredths
him.
of a second.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm sure this has already been discussed.
When that shooting,
I don't know if
No,
they
no.
can afford
they
it.
don't run away. They don't hide.
He doesn't want to call him the defendant, but he could call him Kyle.
76
Yeah.
times.
He's a
Don't call him
kid.
his full name. Just say Kyle.
It's Kyle. Yeah.
The Zeminskis don't run away and hide. They're not afraid of the gunshots, correct?
Correct.
And they stay right there and they start yelling. Mr. Zeminski still has his gun out. And Mrs. Zeminski starts yelling about get him, things like that about Kyle, correct?
Correct.
The mob is closing in on Kyle.
There are multiple people closing in on Kyle.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
And that's,
No, the mob.
I apologize, Mr. Rittenhouse. And that's closing in
No, call him Kyle.
correct?
It appears that at the car source,
You missed everything.
that people are
I
coming
figured
towards
Richards pulled off a
Mr.
brilliant
Rosenbaum.
defense while I was gone. I'm
And
sure.
yesterday-
Mistrial declared. We're done.
shouting in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. I'd say it's more clear once he starts running northbound that there are people following him.
But strike that. And
Strike the butt, please.
you did the reconstruction.
Oh, please don't do that in court.
stopwatch. You didn't do it a frame by frame.
Correct.
It's basically
And-
2.5 seconds. It's really not relevant at that point to get an accurate time.
1 minute into the Drew Hernandez video, which is number exhibit 19, you hear somebody yell.
The unfortunate thing is he
Kyle,
can't
get the
hear
fuck
how
out of
that
here,
sounds.
correct?
He can't. Someone should be watching this and
I
telling
don't
you.
recall hearing that.
I hope he doesn't drop the hard R again here, because I feel like he could be queuing up to do it again.
Oh my! I love Lofty Pixels' remix. Everybody go check out Lofty
I got
Pixels
it.
on Twitter, and you can get the Hard R remix from Mark Richards. It is beautiful.
Good God.
It is serene. Would any of you drop the N word in
Seconds.
court?
Please listen closely.
No.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's a hard no with an R.
No.
No.
Is there
And
any
I
time
tried
I to
hate-
think about it?
I tried hate crimes and no.
Yeah, you just a little risky. Why are you showing this video again?
They should not be showing there's no reason the defense should be showing this. And shouldn't be
And
stopped
pause
there.
on it. Is that
Shouldn't be pausing there.
And
Pause on the deceased.
Kyle then is running down Sharon Road in a northerly direction.
You're not even
Correct.
going to
He-
focus on the
in all
fact
the
that he
videos
circles
you
around to
see,
check on the
doesn't
well-being
point
of
his
the person he
firearm
shot.
at
Like that's a
anybody,
big.
correct?
At certain times he points his firearms at people.
I asked a terrible question. It's late.
Yep.
I apologize.
Yes.
Yes.
As he's running down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction before event number 2, which is the shooting of the unidentified individual, Huber and Grosskreutz. You don't see him pointing the gun, doing any of this, menacing with the firearm to people around him, correct?
I believe there was just a slight raise when he was still on that west sidewalk of Sheridan Road, and it seemed like something
Yes or no?
west
yes
of
or
him
no?
on 62nd Street caught his
Objection
attention. He
non-responsive.
turned to his left. There may have been a slight raise of the rifle at
This
that point.
officer is talking more than he talked on
Gaige
direct.
Grosskreutz runs up
Why
on
don't
him.
you
Yes.
just let him
Yeah,
tell
that's
us your
a
lunch
problem,
order?
yes.
Why
As he's
don't
going
you?
down Sheridan Road. I mean,
And that's a
from
problem.
The time Mr. Rosenbaum chases him till the time he turns himself into the police or attempts to
He's
turn
like, "I'm gonna
himself
stop
into
you.
police at
I'm going to need a
60th
yes or
and
no
Sheridan
answer
Road.
on that.
We're talking about less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
He heads down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction. There might have been a slight raise. Something caught his attention to his left.
Yes.
Okay, does not fire.
Correct.
Heads down the road. Gaige Grosskreutz, with his cell phone, gets right up in Kyle's face, correct?
Yes.
And says, "What are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?"
Yeah.
Objection on it, calls for hearsay.
No, you introduced the video.
Assertion.
Fuck you, Binger.
A hearsay is an assertion. But
No, the funny
hear
thing
that
is
question,
Binger's
correct?
right on this
Yes.
objection.
And my
If
client
he
is
hadn't
going to-
already introduced this
That
evidence.
is hearsay.
That's the issue.
For completeness.
It's not a statement.
He put-
wait.
The defense.
Yes, he put it at issue. Keep going.
Now, what was the question again?
What was my client's response to Mr. Grosskreutz? Mr.
Stop.
Okay.
And what was your objection?
Hearsay. The defense can't introduce the defendant's own statements.
It's not a statement of a party opponent.
he went into it under the doctrine of completeness. I said 2 grounds. I'll go with completeness, Your Honor. He went into the statement.
You said something.
How's the judge been so far in this trial?
Very good.
He's the best thing going for the defense.
Yeah, he's been a better defense attorney than the defense attorney.
Which doesn't mean
A page means nothing.
10 minutes.
That helps.
Let's say 10 minutes. Judge.
A page with a lawyer could be very long.
I write very small.
You know what? Maybe it would be prudent to stop now. You just mentioned about late in the day, and this reporter is heroic, and the jurors are too.
Oh, so they're going to stop.
So we.
Nick, you called it. Cut off the cross.
Anyway, considering. So.
And then they can deal with the objection.
Let's break for the evening, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch.
At least he got in some solid points before they broke.
Very rigid enforcement of the rules.
It's interesting. You have a party statement but it's for the party's interest, so I guess it's not an exception to the hearsay rule.
You can step down. Return to
But it's all that statement's already been introduced through video.
Scott Wilson in the room. Scott Wilson. Okay.
And because it's already been introduced through video, I would want to know what he's offering it for, because it can't be offered for the truth, but it can be offered for.
Maybe I'm going to ask you guys.
Yes, Dr. Rapp, but sometimes the journey is more important than the destination. I never actually watched this, so I'm going back and watching it for my own interest and curiosity, and people are basically coming along for the ride. So.
Stick around. I've asked the clerk to come down and deal with I'm going to excuse everybody else. Well, that's not going to work because they want to cover the argument.
Yes, we want you to cover the argument. Thank you.
She can deal with it. The jurors not.
The defense attorney does like that Barty crotch thing with his tongue, where he's going like.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
It makes him look evil.
He's a lizard person.
Yes, he's like, it's creepy.
I've trained myself to lick my lips at inappropriate times specifically.
Oh, I just bite my lip.
Only if you hold intimate eye contact.
At the DMV, it works really well, by the way.
He should have gotten to the first point first, that people were lying in wait for Kyle and chasing him.
Yes,
because that line of questioning was actually helpful. And then he could have fucked around with the phones tomorrow, because nobody really cares.
Yeah, if he wants to redeem himself, he needs to go. I think he needs to go back to that tomorrow. Yes. Make Binger object to it, but go back to the idea that Kyle was ambushed, that Kyle was on the defense. That how would you react if someone grabbed your service weapon?
Yes.
These things. How would you react if someone hit you in the head with a skateboard? How would you react if someone, if you were passing by and someone was kicking someone in the face, would you intervene?
Yep.
Of course you would.
Just ask him. He almost got there with just admitting him as an expert, because he is an expert. He's a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
So you could admit him. What weapons training have you had? What this have you had? What have you done? How do you deal with like riot situations? Are you trained in that? All of it. He could have gotten all of that in and used this witness for himself.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Make Binger get a better expert to show that his current witness wasn't good enough? Like, he's not going to do that.
So they can be with the other jurors.
Well, wouldn't put it past him.
And this cop was willing to answer those questions.
Yeah, that's the thing is, in this case, there are a lot of weirdos involved in this prosecution, like Binger, who has some sort of
you need a little 2 minutes or 3
strange
minutes,
motive to do this. And I hear one of the other officers is like the nephew or grandson of the mayor. It doesn't matter. This officer, most of these people, they just want to do their jobs, and they do see what happens here. Like, cops don't like people who attack other people, and they're sympathetic to self-defense people. That's why he didn't arrest Kyle.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't hammer hard enough on the fact that Kyle was just sitting there with his mom, that he went to the police station of his own volition and was sitting there waiting to figure out what to do next, because he wasn't trying to hide.
I'm just going to turn myself into the police. And I was informed by co-counsel that the state already put that statement in
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
And it's, yes.
There we
it's
go.
marked as an exhibit
Ding ding.
and introduced.
Thank you.
No, that is from the Gaige Grosskreutz live stream. That has not been marked or introduced yet.
Yet?
But you played it for the jury.
Correct? I have not. Ms. Wisco's agreeing with me. I have not marked or introduced that exhibit yet.
You played it.
It was referred to.
It was referred to.
Yes.
Well, that's,
That's my fault.
It's played for
I
the
have
jury.
not mentioned it. I have not asked
So-
questions about it, and it's not an evidence.
say again.
So
Go back.
why was it played?
Are
for the
you
jury?
going to
Back
introduce
to
it?
the
Ask him if he's
original
Oh,
going
man.
question, which I overruled the objection. And what was the content of that again? I want to get this perfect. All right, well, ask Mrs. Howell.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you. I've got to get off and get the kids to parkour. So
Peace. Thank
Enjoy.
you for
See
coming
ya.
on. It was a
Good
blast.
seeing you, Emily.
it was good to see you all. This is going to make my head explode. I'm going back to Britney stuff. It's less infuriating because this is
No, I had it.
See, Emily.
And
this
let
is
kids do
infuriating.
parkour.
Tom,
That's
good to
pretty
see you.
awesome.
Legal Mindset, Ricada. Thanks,
ya.
everybody.
So right now the clerk is, or the stenographer is looking through the records.
Heads down the road, Gaige Grosskreutz.
How long is the prosecution's case going to be? To the end of the week, or how long did they allot?
They've estimated the total case time at 2 weeks.
I know it, and I just wanted you to use microphone.
So I don't know.
In opening statements, did prosecute or did defense get up and say that Kyle was going to take the stand, or is he not going to take the stand?
They left the door open.
They said he would.
That's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never tried a criminal case, but isn't Rule 1 in opening statements you need to say, you won't hold it against my client if they don't testify? That's, that's the Constitution. Okay.
No, sir, San. No, I cannot turn up the stream. We'll stop talking for a second while they read this.
Heads down. Heads down the road. Gaige Grosskreutz with his cell phone gets right up in Kyle's face, correct? Answer yes. And says, what are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy? And then Mr. Binger objects to that.
Okay, and that was overruled. And then what was the next question? You say, what is your objection?
This question calls for the defendant's statement. The defendant's.
The defense can introduce a defendant's statement. And then, I'm sorry, I kind of didn't get what them said. That's why I asked.
Are you ready? To keep going with new stuff? Okay. Your Honor, first of all, I didn't ask any questions about any of this to Detective Howard. So I haven't opened the door. The objection to the question that was asked by Mr. Grosskreutz, the defendant, that objection was overruled. So there is a statement or something in the record about what Mr. Grosskreutz asked the defendant. Now, this question that I have objected to and that is pending before the court is what the defendant's response was. That calls for the defendant's statement. It is hearsay. It does not fall under any exception. In a criminal case, the defense cannot introduce the defendant's statements. So that's my objection, Your Honor. It's clearly hearsay.
Now, what's your justification?
I believe it was gone into. I could be wrong, as I said.
Well,
It's like,
let's skip over that. You can research that overnight.
right.
You know what? Let's take this up in the morning.
Thank you.
We'll take it up in the morning.
Okay, there's one other issue I'd like to put on the record.
Briefly.
Yes, you had advised us earlier today of an issue with regard to juror number 7. And a joke he attempted to tell to a deputy after court yesterday.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, what?
Reported to me, and I haven't heard the juror's side of it.
Okay. I believe that it would be appropriate for the state to move to strike that juror for cause. And I can explain further if you'd like to now.
I would be juror number 7.
Yeah.
Okay. We will also take that up in the morning.
Okay.
Wow, way to punt two different issues in the space of 2 minutes.
I would be the guy making a joke to a deputy or a bailiff, like, "Oh, Kyle the ventilator, am I right? Aired those guys out." Woo-hoo. It would be not good. Okay, now that that's done, I'm gonna take that off the stream.
Woo boy.
Oh, Attorney Tom, man, thanks for joining. What do you got to say? You joined, like you said you would join while we were all talking, and then right as you joined, the court came back. So you're like sitting there listening.
And I'm just trying to get caught up. I mean, I watched maybe 10 minutes of this. Well, I was on yesterday's live stream giving you a hard time a little bit, but I'm just trying to get caught up. You know, as I'm sure a lot of people in the chat know, I don't do any criminal work. I only do personal injury plaintiff's work. So this is kind of a whole other realm for
5
me.
memberships.
You know,
I really appreciate that.
And to be fair, and when I try cases, I don't really even do the technical liability part. I do kind of the mushy gushy, you know, my client's hurt. This is what their day is like. They live in pain, you know, the real emotional kind of stuff. So I'm real interested in this trial as well. I can just say, as someone whose job it is to kind of keep the jury hooked and emotional and get them on our side, that was really boring. I was bored.
Yeah.
I could not follow it, and I'm trying to come at it from a lay person's
Probably another
perspective
couple of
because
minutes.
I don't have that criminal background. I can just say I was bored and I didn't really understand what he was trying to make. So without knowing anything, I would say it's not good. Whatever the defense lawyer's name is, I was not impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, you know, you're saying that you don't have criminal experience, which is fine. The rules of evidence and stuff are basically the same. The rules of procedure are a little different, but at trial, they're at this point in the trial, they're basically similar from what I've seen. And the interesting thing about it is, I think you're probably more on the side in this case of how the prosecution is framing their case. Not that you're on the side of the prosecution or the defense. That's not what I'm saying. But in this case, the facts and the law favor the idea of self-defense, in my opinion. That seems to be a pretty strong consensus amongst most defense attorneys I've seen talk about it. But the prosecution's narrative is entirely tied to this emotional hook. He shouldn't have been there. He's just a kid. And because he was there, he put himself in danger, and now people are dead. And he had some culpability in doing that. Whereas the defense, like you said, is not engaging at all. They're not.
Yeah, there's a famous trial lawyer saying that I will not be shackled by the facts of my case. You know,
there you go. I love it.
Yeah. And it's amazing because that is the approach the prosecution has taken so far. And the defense attorney is entirely fact-based, which the facts, it bears repeating, the facts are in favor of the defendant here. However, if the facts can be overrun by narrative, it doesn't matter how good they are.
Yeah,
right.
You're not going to win on the facts if the other guy can earn the trust of the jury and then hit that narrative.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
as you see them, despite the fact that I think the facts and the law put the prosecution at the 1 yard line, but what we're seeing here is that slowly, inch by inch, they are advancing their narrative, they're advancing the ball. And despite them starting at the 1 yard line, they're advancing while the defense is running around like a chicken with its head cut off, going absolutely nowhere and making absolutely no progress. The judge cannot save this case, cannot step in there and help them advance their narrative, right? The only people that can do that are the defense.
What's the story behind this defense lawyer? Is he some guy they flew in, or is he a local guy?
Oh, God.
He's local. That's why
probably
he
the
talks
problem.
like he's from Wisconsin mixed with Chicago, because he's pretty close to the area.
Yeah.
And this will work for like a driving with suspended license, but not when someone's life is on the line. You need to bring in the big guns and bring in all the resources that are at hand.
Yeah, and it'd actually be fine if Richards was lead attorney on this case, as long as for some of the elements, you know, he's got an excellent resource sitting right next to him. Sharif C is a very well-spoken attorney who has made very competent oral arguments. He did a competent cross-examination yesterday. I don't know that I'm not saying he's the greatest lawyer in the world or anything ridiculous like that, but he has done he has done an acceptable job on most of the speaking things so far. I think he's better presentable than Richard. So it's like, you've got a great resource sitting next to you. You could have other resources in the room to do some of this stuff. And I think building a sympathetic case for the jury of just saying, put yourself in this position. You are defending the property of the community, which you love. You've been watching it burn down for days. You get asked to defend this property. You agree to go out and do it. And now because you're doing that, you get chased by a crazy man screaming at you with his shirt off. You get kicked in the face. You get hit by a skateboard. Someone pulls a gun on you, all while you're trying to get away from all these people and you're trying to get to the police because you don't feel safe anymore.
Right.
That is the narrative you need on Kyle Rittenhouse. And then the facts bear it out. That's the best part of the narrative, is that it's true.
Exactly. Yeah, there needs. Yeah, I was just bored. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, people lose attention, and when they go back and deliberate, there's tons of science, and we consult with jury consultants and all that kind of stuff. There's tons of science. They only remember one or two things. So whatever those one or two things are, that's what makes up their mind. So you got to make something powerful and just reinforce the same narrative over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is that at the end of the day, you can look at the prosecution's case they're laying out so far and disagree with it, hate the law, hate the facts. You can see where the guy is going. You can actually see where he's going because he's being succinct, keeping it together and keeping it on one rail. I have no fucking clue when Richards gets up where the hell he's going to go and what he's doing. You see our faces. We're sitting here like, okay, we're trying to figure it out, and we lawyers cannot figure this shit out because it's absolutely ass backwards.
There you go. I think I'm going to leave it there because they're just going to go on for what looks like another hour and a half, almost 2 hours. I've already pulled up day 4, so we'll pull across to that. I saw someone ask whether or not this one was on Rumble. No, it looks like StreamYard for some reason isn't playing nice with Rumble. I will be uploading this directly after the fact, which is really frustrating. Alright. Now, we all know what's coming on day 4. I'm just going to remind everybody to please be respectful of the people that appear on Nick's stream, because technically, look, just for my sake, don't cause any drama, okay? Come on, people. Alright. And let's get to it. I think this was the day that Nick had homeschooling, so he starts an hour behind and then he speeds it up. So...
let me get past this extraneous nonsense.
A couple items to deal with. The first is the issue with respect to juror number. Is it number 7? 7. And
no, so they're talking about the joke.
Reported to me that while being escorted, he travels differently from the other jurors because he's using that scooter. And
mobility scooter?
It reported to me that while being escorted to the car, he asked.
I'm not just talking about a leader. I'm talking about any and all guests that come in.
Remember what I was told. That the
It's not me on the audio. God fucking damn it.
he told the juror,
Okay.
or the juror,
I get you that it's too soft. Let me find a different feed. I do not have the ability to boost it. It is running through the audio processing of Streamlabs. All right. So don't yell at me about it. I get it. When these people have garbage audio, unfortunately, it comes back
across the street from it.
Okay, here we go.
Mike, because it causes drama for me
Oh my
unnecessarily. And that's the two rules that we have on this channel.
And he told the juror,
The judge is quiet.
told the officer,
It's louder later. I just checked.
he made a reference to telling a joke about why did it take 7 shots to shoot Jacob Blake, something to that effect. It dealt with shots and it dealt with Jacob Blake. And I did reveal it to you.
Your mic is too loud, Alfurious Strout.
Close of the day, after giving it some thought, there was a request by the state to excuse 7. And the last word ahead was the defense objected.
Well, Judge, I think that.
Hey, Flux, how you doing?
I would object to at least having I would ask that the juror come in.
Well, I want to hear his
Right.
side of it before I do anything.
Right.
But I did want to get your position.
That-
Or you don't want to form a position until you've heard from him?
That's
I
true
think
too.
that's the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, then I think you're right. Let's. Oh, please do.
Yes. What I heard from you yesterday, and I understand this is literally fourth hand from the juror to Lieutenant Zerline to you to us. So I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what the juror said, but it was my understanding it was something along the lines of, why did the Kenosha police shoot Jacob Blake 7 times? That's what I thought.
Spectre, you shut your whore mouth.
May have been.
Sure. That puzzled me for a moment. And you made it sound like it was the beginning of a joke. So I wondered what the rest of the joke is. It's my understanding that the rest of the joke is because they ran out of bullets.
Oh no.
Okay, I can see why Binger wanted this particular juror to be dismissed for cause.
Finding the implication that if the Kenosha police had more than 7 bullets, they would have continued to shoot Jacob Blake.
What'd you say?
Just happy you can avoid the Trump stuff
What the
here.
hell is this? This is not me. This is on the stream.
I think comes into play in this case. And beyond that, for a juror in the midst of a trial like this, which stems from the Jacob Blake, may I finish, Your Honor? I'm
No,
sorry.
you can't, because I think that the better course is to let the juror respond, and then I'll certainly want to hear the rest of what you have to say. But I would think it would become better after he's had a chance to respond. So, is he? I assume he's on this level. He's upstairs.
See, the court just made it louder. Good job.
Yeah, get it, deputy.
Is there anybody in back? And then
Your Honor, the other matter that was pending was Mr. Binger's
Yes.
objection to my question.
See how I fixed the audio? I
will
fixed it.
withdraw that question. It's going to come in with the next witness, and
It's on the
As you
stream side. I told you it gets
Then
better.
the next thing is.
I didn't
a
do
note from a
shit.
juror. Well, I've got 2 of them.
The punchline was
Yeah, the
because
one
they
from
ran out of
yesterday.
bullets.
This came at the end of the day yesterday.
No worries, Fiery.
I think you've already been given copies.
Have a good day.
Yes, please. Bring them over. Bring them over.
I'm not
here.
going to skip to the live stream. No,
I assume that's
I'm
it.
going
You're
to watch
being
every
exclusive
minute
right
of
here.
this trial.
Been a challenge for
I'm
him.
gonna watch it.
And this says, I heard the name of Lucas Zanin. Something. In today's. Does that say video? Is that what that says? I heard the name of Lucas Zanin something. Video, maybe. In today's testimony, I never heard his name in the jury polling, which I'm quite sure it was in.
Yeah, we can skip the lunch break. Yes.
I know of someone with that name, have never discussed anything about this case prior to this, nor was I aware he did video of the happenings. For all I know, it's not even the same person, but did want this disclosed to you. Anybody want to do anything about this letter?
I would just note, I think the name was read by both sides.
I was quite sure that it had been read.
Beyond that, I don't think any action needs to be taken.
Is he a videographer too?
He took what's been referred to as the video on 63rd, looking at car source. It's already been played.
Oh, okay. Okay, no. Okay.
You're
It's not
very
common
loud.
name, so I'm sure it's the same Lucas Ann.
Yeah. You want to do anything about it?
No.
State?
No.
Okay. This is the one I just received. And it just says number 49 express. I guess this is probably written by one of the bailiffs. Number 49 expressed that he cannot see videos with his trifocals mentioned.
Trifocals?
Room after day was over. Number 49 having trouble seeing due to his trifocals.
Just can't see video.
To the bailiff and put him in a seat where he can see.
Let's hope. Number 49. See if there's a better location where he can sit and still be able to see the videos. And also, if there's any videos that he definitely feels he needs to view again, we need to know about that. Okay. Then one more thing. After I took a poll from the jury yesterday about the heating conditions in here.
Oh God, you going back to that?
It came out about two to one in favor of saying that the temperature was okay. Not everyone agreed with that. And so I had it mildly adjusted because it had been turned on quite a bit the day before. While we were in the library.
This is very
on Monday,
critical.
apparently, it did get quite.
I am
warm.
gonna.
So I said, well.
I am gonna skip.
The reason I'm choosing you that. No, I'm gonna. Can you give him a handheld? Yeah, thank you.
I don't care about the temperature in the courtroom.
Sure. Can you move over so the reporter can see you just about 10 feet over towards the back door or the front door, rather? Okay. The reason I asked you to come down was there was I was told that while you were being escorted to the car the other day, that you began to tell a joke about the shooting of Jacob Blake. And I wanted to see is that accurate or not? It is? Okay. Are you comfortable repeating what the joke was, or do you want to just leave it alone? I'm going to tell you that I spoke about.
I'll make him repeat it.
Well, I guess
Just
I'll
make
hear
him
from
repeat it.
Did you want to finish what you were saying? I will tell you that I've talked quite a bit about public confidence in the outcome of the trial, and regardless of whether the issue is as grave as you presented it in terms of inner feelings, it is clear that the appearance of bias is present, and it would seriously undermine the outcome of the case.
Then why not just remove them?
So that in itself would be sufficient cause for discharge, but if you want to expand on that, you're welcome to.
No, Your Honor.
Did you want to say anything, defense?
If number 7's unwilling to repeat it, what it was, I think we're at a disadvantage, and I suppose his unwillingness could be taken in the worst light. So based on the unwillingness at this point, I think it's probably the proper course.
Okay. All right. I think the best thing under the circumstances, I'm going to dismiss you.
I get out of any jury
and
duty.
thank you
I
for
got
taking the
jokes
time to
for
come down.
days.
Thank you.
My feeling is that it wasn't nothing to do with the case. It wasn't to do with Kyle and his 7 charges.
Oh yeah, get this guy out.
I have not. I've not stated that you have. It's not. One of the things that I have to do when I have to make judgments, I try to confine my judgment to the things I have to judge and not to forming opinions about other people other than that. So I don't want to get into that. The point I'm making is that the public needs to be confident that this is a fair trial. And I think even at the very most, it was bad judgment to tell a joke of that nature. Okay, so that's, okay, thank you very much, sir. Did I say at the very least or at the very most? At the very least, it was bad judgment. All right, now, anything else other than checking the jury's temperature?
If the question is being withdrawn, then there's no need to resolve the objection, and we can continue with the testimony, I think.
Splendid.
Judge, I would ask that you address the jury generally and instruct them that if they cannot hear or see anything, to let us know immediately, as we've already gone through.
Oh, yes, that's
2 days.
That's an
Okay.
excellent point.
Washington Post has their chat disabled. Cowards.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
The unknown. No, I can't hear how I come through and the stream comes through. The stream is going to get louder when the witnesses are on the stand. I've checked at the live point. It gets louder. So no, I can't balance the audio for you. I don't have a way to, other than to try in real time, but with a 30-second delay, adjust the volume, listen to it while trying, and you guys will hear it. No, I can't do it. StreamYard balances it in the back end.
Okay, ready to go?
It really is a pain in the ass.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bunch of nothing while they wait for the jury.
Yeah, I think Court TV's been doing a wonderful job, but we can't have that monitor there. Pardon me? Down might be a good start.
Well,
Hey,
Willoughby,
Shauna.
if you think you could balance the audio through StreamYard on your end, you go stream it. No, number 7 did not stay. That juror was dismissed.
Is okay with what?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, if you recall, I asked you about your comfort level in terms of temperature, and you took a vote, and it was about 2-1 in favor of that things had been just about right. I thought it was cold. And guess what? So I had him nudge it up a little bit. Now, I shouldn't have told you that. I should have just asked you, how was the temperature yesterday? How many felt it was too warm in here yesterday? How many felt it was too
Agent
cold?
Exeter, hopefully we'll
How
get to
many
that
were
pretty quick.
just perfect? Look at that. Mr. Number 7, and so we'll proceed with the 19 of you.
Okay, here we go.
Show me what's been marked, this exhibit 37. Could you tell me what that is?
Guess we're
This is
just
a search warrant for Gaige Grosskreitz's cell phone.
skipping the objection.
Time that's on the front page back at the lower left corner.
September 23rd, 2020 at 8:12 p.m.
Here, I'll back off the mic a bit. Hopefully that'll help.
Gaige Grosskreutz.
I believe so.
Move exhibit 37 into evidence.
Is there objection?
Detective, on August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department and informed Kyle Rittenhouse that he was being detained for the charge of first-degree murder at approximately 6:40 a.m.
The objection was withdrawn.
All
Okay.
right.
And a criminal complaint which brought him into this court was filed the next day in consultation with the district attorney's office on August 27th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, you, in your course of investigation, wrote a lengthy police report approximately 57 pages.
Yes.
And that summarizes, for lack of a better word, much of your involvement in this case, not all of it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to page of your report, 55 of 57. You received a thumb drive from the FBI, correct?
Detective Ansaramian received that thumb drive.
You viewed information from the videos of that thumb drive.
Sorry, I was thinking about the drone footage, or the fixed wing aircraft footage that we saw here. That was obtained by Detective Ansaramian, but I also received a thumb drive, yes, from the FBI.
And specifically, I'm referring to FBI video AE5. If you could have that on the screen.
Why is this the focus? This is your
I'm gonna read
opening
from your report and
questions.
tell
The
me if I'm
jury
reading
is fresh.
correctly, and
What
then
are
we'll
you
play the video.
talking about?
It's on page 55 of 57, second to last paragraph, stating in your words, at 41 seconds into the video, something appears to draw the attention of the videographer. The video quickly pans to the right, parent to the north, close parent, and directly to Kyle Rittenhouse and Joseph Rosenbaum. When the video reaches them, a male voice is heard yelling, "Gun, gun, gun. You won't do shit, motherfucker!" exclamation mark. This appears to be Joseph Rosenbaum yelling. Do you remember that?
Yes.
This is the video you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay, please play the video. Started at 1.
Duramax just got. Oh, that Duramax got fucking beat, yo. Damn, homies out here. Bro. Oh, damn. Whooping.
Yeah.
You heard that at 14 seconds?
Yes.
And that was, could we go back 10 seconds? And in the upper right of the exhibit, I'm pointing right now at Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Right behind him is the masked Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
This is actually how the defense can properly ask about the video. The prosecution shouldn't be able to ask about the video this way.
You opine that that is in fact Mr. Rosenbaum's voice, correct?
Yes.
And that opinion is based upon you listening to other videos that have Mr. Rosenbaum's voice on them, correct?
Yes, and also what is depicted in the video.
Okay. And that's Kyle with a gun and Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
What?
The fuck? There was so much he could have hammered on there. Oh, and here comes the bigger.
Detective Howard, I just have a few follow-up questions. Yesterday, you were asked about that search warrant that you obtained for Mr. Grosskreuz's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the time that you obtained that search warrant, did you consider Mr. Grosskreutz to be a victim of a crime?
Yes.
You mentioned something called Marcy's Law yesterday.
Oh,
What is
fuck
that,
off.
as you understand it?
Marcy's Law is a relatively new law in the state of Wisconsin, which grants victims more rights.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on April 7th, 2020, Wisconsin voters amended the Wisconsin state constitution under a ballot initiative called Marcy's Law. That took effect on May 4th, 2020. Will the court take judicial notice of that?
There are some things that even lawyers can't argue about, and they can be put in a category called judicial notice. For example, no one could reasonably contend that Christmas doesn't fall on the 25th of December.
Yep, he
So
got
that
he
could
got
be
victim in
judicially
there.
Noticed, and the lawyers are agreed in this case that that something not in dispute in this case is that the voters on the date which he's indicated approved an amendment to the Wisconsin Constitution that is called, I don't know if its official name is Marcy's Law, but its everyday usage name is Marcy's Law. Any question about that? That was adopted as part of the state constitution. And what was the date?
The effective date was May 4th, 2020.
Okay, it was not adopted on that date, but became effective as of that date. Okay.
The exhibit
Oh. Yeah, his pocket square is
37,
crooked.
the search warrant for Gaige Grosskreutz was
Fire him.
obtained approximately 4 months after that on September 23rd, 2020. Does that sound right to you?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned yesterday that at that time it wasn't clear to you and the department what the effect of Marcy's Law and those enhanced protections for victims would have on your ability to get search warrants for phones in this type of situation. Is that fair to say?
Yes. So my intent when I wrote the search warrant was to obtain more information, and I was not thinking about Marcy's Law as I was writing the search warrant, but started thinking about it afterwards and wanted to err on the side of caution.
Oh my God! Fucking coached right through this.
You were
by
also
the
asked
way,
questions about whether or not your interviews with certain people were recorded. Can you explain to the jury what the normal practice is as a detective with the Kenosha Police Department when you decide what interviews you do are going to be recorded and which ones you may not record?
We typically will always record custodial subject. Those interviews will always be in a recorded interview room.
police have no obligation to preserve a recording
And,
of an interview. Their notes are sufficient.
in non-recording interview rooms to obtain their statement.
Don't talk to cops.
In this investigation,
Nope,
we
never
put a
talk to
lot
the
of,
cops.
Witnesses and
Am I being detained? Have I committed a crime? I want my
interview rooms
lawyer.
in our detective bureau, 3 of which are always recording no matter what.
Why do I say
And
he's being
one of these
coached? Because
rooms
his answer on the
is
search warrant just got fixed completely
We will
overnight.
put complaining witnesses and witnesses in that room so we can conduct an interview without it being recorded. The interviews that we conducted throughout the course of this investigation, we didn't intend to interview or record all of them, but some of those interviews were taking place inside of interview rooms that are always recording. So when we were able to go back, we were able to, even though we didn't intend to record those, we were able to pull those. But the ones that were conducted in the interview room that isn't always recording, there isn't a record of video and audio of that.
Is it fair to say, Detective, that when you're dealing with someone that you consider to be the victim of a crime, you typically do not record those interviews with audio or visual? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were asked a question regarding the individual who has not been identified, the individual who came in and attempted to kick Mr. Rittenhouse in the face. You indicated
who did
despite
kick him
your
in the
efforts,
face?
That person has not come forward and you've not been able to identify him. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the 14 months that you've been investigating this case, have you experienced individuals who have been reluctant to come forward and provide information?
We experienced a lot of reluctance in gathering information in this investigation.
Why do you think that is?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
You were asked a question regarding Mr.
Start
Rosenbaum,
objecting.
and at some point during the evening, there's an allegation that he was holding a chain. You've seen photos or something to that effect. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Based on your
Leading
investigation
question.
and your understanding of the timing of all of the events of that evening, do you know approximately when in the evening Mr. Rosenbaum had that chain?
I know location is going to be the area of St. James, because based on the information that we were able to gather,
Good investigative
it
work.
appears
You
that
don't
he
even know the
obtained that
timeline.
chain from the St. James campus. And so it's hard to put an exact time on it, but I would estimate a couple hours before the incident at Sheridan and 63rd takes place.
Before you were shot by the defendant?
Yes.
In your investigation,
Actually, Liam, I
have
didn't.
you
I
seen
probably should
any
have thinking about it,
indication
but
that Mr. Rosenbaum possessed that chain at the ultimate
I
gas
basically
station
just dived straight
on
in.
the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan?
No.
The defense has alluded to Mr. Rosenbaum being involved in verbal disputes, altercations, whatever you want to call them. There's a dumpster involved, etc. At any point in any of those scenes at Ultimate Gas Station, does Mr. Rosenbaum have any sort of weapon in his hand?
Just a plastic bag.
Just the plastic bag?
Yes.
No gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No chain?
He gets to restate this.
No baseball bat or club or any kind like that?
No.
As far as you can tell in all those videos, is the only thing he's ever holding in his hand that plastic bag?
South of 60th Street, yes.
You've seen the video of Mr. Rosenbaum walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Street car source where he is shot by the defendant, correct?
Yes.
As he's walking down that street, is there any indication at any point that he's ever armed with anything?
Just the plastic bag in his hand.
Doesn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
No knife.
No knife.
This is a different part of the sequence. No gun.
No.
No knife.
No.
No baseball bat or club.
At least he objected. He
No
needs to keep
chain.
objecting.
No.
Obviously, in the end, at the time that he is shot and killed by the defendant at the 63rd Street car source, is there any evidence in the record of any kind that you've seen as the lead detective in the case that Mr. Rosenbaum was armed with a weapon?
No, he had the plastic bag, which he threw and then had nothing in his hands after that.
I want to talk about that incident at the 63rd car source where the defendant shoots and kills the defendant, or Mr. Rosenbaum.
He did object. Judge overruled the objection because Binger was right. He's talking about a different part of the day.
pull up
So the
exhibit
question had not been asked and answered.
Number 19.
It's just good questioning by the prosecution. Uh, 2% right says, after watching what little I could stand at direct and cross yesterday, is there a point where a judge can fire a defendant's own lawyer to protect the defendant's rights? Yes. Yes, a judge can remove a lawyer from the case for, I think, a gross incompetence, but we're not there yet. We're talking, that's way,
Can we
way
please
down.
play exhibit number 19? This is the video that is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video.
This video is entitled Kyle is Guilty Part 1.
For the record, I'm just going to point out, for the jury's benefit, we've heard testimony about this. This is a video that's taken as people are walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Car Street. This individual is Richie McGinnis, and this is the defendant in front of him. Read. Yes. Please continue.
This is already testified to. That's why the lawyer is able to describe what's going on in the video.
Detective Howard, On the screen there, it appears to show the Car Source dealership, correct?
The Car Source at 6
Leading. Objection leading.
And would you help us to understand, maybe using the laser pointer on the map, approximately where this person would be standing when they're taking this video?
Drew Hernandez at this time is on the north end of the Car Source. So looks like he's standing in the grass if you look at the bottom of the screen. So I'd say he's right about here, and his video is pointing south into the parking lot. So I'd put him right about here in the grass.
The property that you are pointing to there on the map, which is just to the north of the Car Source, what is located on that lot?
That's one house.
So this individual, Mr. Hernandez, is in the yard of that house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, this house right here.
Okay.
And the grass right there.
All right, please continue the video. Lower right-hand corner of that screen, there appears to be an object laying on the ground. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you identify that for us?
That is the plastic bag that Joseph Rosenbaum can be seen throwing in other videos.
All right, please continue the video.
Yeah, he's going to show the body again.
Can you now please go back and show
Why?
the FBI? Actually, no, I'm sorry.
Finger is such a cock.
I believe it is exhibit number 25. The FBI video with markings, please.
You gotta object to this stuff. Like, he keeps showing the body for no reason. There's no reason to play the video until they got to the body. Zero reason. He didn't ask a single question about it. Why are we watching this video again and again and again and again? Object, object, object. No further questions, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would object if I knew what it meant.
Detective Howard, in this exhibit number 25, I think we've already established that person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this shows where he runs immediately upon entering the Car Source lot. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, based on what you're seeing there, where it appears he's located at the moment of this video?
Pretty close to where Drew Hernandez was standing in the last video we watched. So this right here is going to be that. So I'd put Mr. Rosenbaum right about here at the far north end of the Car Source parking lot. It's important to note that on this map, the Car Source lot is filled with cars, but as we can see in the aerial footage, it's not filled with cars at this point in time. So I would put him right about Mr. Rosenbaum right about here.
Okay. Please continue the video for just a couple more seconds, then I'll have you stop. All right. Go ahead and stop that, please. Now, can we go back to the last video, which is exhibit number 19?
Bad Vibes says Binger alleged that the Racine district attorney covered up.
Sorry, but someone had inquired about whether using the laser on the screen, and I can't tell you why, but the lasers do not work on the screen. That's why we have to use Sister Marcian's pointer for that.
Okay. They covered up the district attorney's DUI in 2016. In 2019, a news report suggests that Binger may have committed domestic violence. No charges filed by Racine County. Receipts and Twitter DM from Born Altered. Thanks.
I don't know what
Please play exhibit number 19.
Guys, I only have gin today. I don't have whiskey, so.
Detective Howard, after watching that last video, which showed the movements of Mr. Rosenbaum, are you able to tell on this video? I know this doesn't show Mr. Rosenbaum in the proximity of where he originally went when he got to Car Source, but are you able to tell on this video where he went initially? Does that make sense?
I would put him at the approximately the front passenger tire of that white sedan, adjacent to where that gentleman is standing.
Okay. Thank you.
You would? Okay.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony regarding the shot that was fired by Joshua Zeminski. Did Joshua Zeminski fire that shot in the direction of any particular person?
Objection. We just didn't know that.
if he knows, he can answer. Well,
He can't know that.
You're gonna have to set the foundation as to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Have
Good
you
objection.
watched, the videos that show Mr. Zeminski firing that shot?
Yes.
Where is he pointing the gun?
Straight up in the air.
You also testified that the lapse in time between that gunshot
You need to
and
make
the
them earn
defendant shooting
everything.
Mr. Rosenbaum
Keep objecting.
was 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
You said you based that on timing with a stopwatch?
Yes.
Did you do that based on one of the videos in the case?
No, I believe I did it with approximately 5 or 6 of the videos.
So you went through 5 or 6 videos and each one of them timed it with a stopwatch and determined that they're all right about 2.5 seconds?
Yes.
Which 5
Everything
videos? All right, redirect or recross, I guess.
Which was just shown, and you pointed to the. Can you bring that up?
Raining Monkey, it can annoy the jury, but it also can indicate, especially if he keeps winning the objections and forcing the lawyer to do his job, it can indicate that there's, that the prosecution is less reliable.
Just go forward to further. A little bit more. Stop. You can play from there, please. Stop. When you talk about the white sedan, that's the one that's centered right in the middle of the frame now that's been frozen, correct?
Correct.
And it's your belief in sinking in your mind when looking at the aerial footage that he would have went up approximately to the driver's side passenger tire?
No, you said the driver's side passenger tire. The passengers, the front passenger tire, I would approximate that's where Mr. Rosenbaum
Wasn't he
went.
between the cars on the video? He's between the cars. Pull up the FBI video. He's not at the passenger. He's at the driver's side.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we talking here or between these two vehicles? And when I'm pointing at the vehicle, I'm pointing at the white sedan and what looks to be like a silver late model Cadillac.
I would estimate the white sedan that's closer to us in this video.
So you're saying he's here,
I would estimate there.
okay, and not between these two vehicles.
I don't know why
That's
he's
my
doing
estimation,
like
yes.
he's
Have the video that was just shown in the aerial video.
he's wrong. It's by the driver's side car by the driver's side tire if I'm not mistaken. It matters in one way because Rosenbaum goes to hide between the cars and then comes out to ambush. We'll see if Richards can pull it off. He's clearly at the driver's side.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a vehicle I'm pointing at right here, which is the vehicle nearest the only house on that block.
Yes.
So he's not on the passenger side. He's between what I would refer to as, if the Duramax is car number 1, there's car number 2, the late model Cadillac, and then the white sedan.
Yes.
Just
between.
That's what appeared. The
Make
FBI
this
has
simpler.
a better depiction of that. Yes.
So when you testify that he was at the passenger side of the white,
You were wrong.
Not correct.
and
It's good to show a witness that's not favorable is not correct, though.
my client, Mr. Rittenhouse, he doesn't go into these cars after him, correct?
Oh, he's person of interest too on this video, and Mr. Rittenhouse does not. He stays closer to the sidewalk area.
And he walks down
It's not chasing him. This is actually decent, but
of the Duramax vehicle,
That approximate area, yes.
where he's then, the individual comes up from behind him, Mr. Rosenbaum.
yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum comes around those vehicles.
Just say yes.
versus
No.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Force him to fucking say yes or
We're
no.
not suggesting, or excuse me, you're not suggesting that there was more than one chase, correct?
At any point in the evening, or
No, just car source 3 that night at approximately 11:50 p.m.
on this car source property, I observed one chase.
Okay, thank
And-
you.
You testified on redirect about Marcy's Law. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were told by someone, or Detective Antarami was told by somebody about Marcy's Law, and you couldn't go in the phone even though there was a signed search warrant, correct?
It was erring on the side of caution.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your department went into Mr. Huber's phone without a search warrant.
He's deceased.
He's still a complaining witness, decedent, or victim, however you want to label him, correct?
I guess we
It's
just
different
given up
if
on the whole
someone
victim
is
thing.
deceased, then they don't even have the ability to give consent.
Their estate, correct? What I'm getting at is, you went in the phone without a warrant for Mr. Huber, correct?
We don't need search warrants if they're deceased.
That's your opinion, correct?
That's actually not a fully
Okay.
correct
You
opinion
went
at
and
all.
You got a search warrant, which you drafted and were the affiant, meaning you swore to it for Mr. Grosskreitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And then it was never executed, correct?
No, because I did not feel comfortable with my knowledge of Marcy's Law, and I wanted to err on the side of caution with that.
He's nodding at you right now, isn't he?
He's what?
I'm pointing at Mr. Binger as he's nodding at you, correct?
I was not even looking at Mr. Binger. I was looking at you.
Okay. Last night, during the
I'm
break,
standing right
overnight,
next
did
to
you
him.
talk about this testimony?
No.
Nobody from, can I finish the question?
Finish.
Nobody from the Racine Kenosha District Attorney's Office about this issue. Never talked about it.
No.
Okay. If you don't have a search warrant, you can get into the phone other ways, correct?
Which phone are we talking about?
Grosskreitz's.
I see you have consent on one side or a search warrant on the other side.
Okay. And consent was asked for, correct?
Correct.
Was turned down, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Nothing further, I said. I'm sorry.
You may step down, sir.
That was a little bit better. I mean, he was clearly coached. Guy lied on the stand. I don't know if it was from the Kenosha County Attorney's Office, but I mean that his testimony yesterday was completely weaker than his testimony today about the issue. I think Richards is right on the money there. I don't know if it's going to matter. Why he didn't ask about some of the basic elements of self-defense, I don't know. But okay. That witness is gone. Let's see who's next. Padria says, just got in from Louder with Crowder stream. Apparently, the FBI has HD footage of Rosenbaum chasing Kyle that they withheld from the defense. Yes, we've been talking about that for two days now. I think I have a couple video uploads coming up today with some summaries, summary of the first, the trial, Kyle's pre-trial motion hearing. And then I've got a video with me, Good Logic, and Robert Barnes discussing some of the issues of the first 2 days of trial. So those are going to get uploaded today on YouTube. So check them out. Rolling Stoned says, hey, Nick, thanks for all the court streams. What are the chances a juror was cracking jokes to intentionally get themselves excused? I don't think so. They would have made a more obvious joke, probably. But I think it's actually good that that juror's gone. Funny jokes, I'm 100% for, no matter what side you're on. But I think that that juror was actually probably opposed to Kyle Rittenhouse. The running out of bullets thing implies that the police officer would have kept shooting black people, which is what sparked all of this, if you'll remember. Amaya Tenjo, welcome. Thank you for the donation. You didn't get a message through. Lancelot 652 says, hammer him, Richards. You have a fresh jury. Come on.
Microphone close and speak.
Exactly.
Into it. Thank you. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Richie McGinnis. Richie McGinnis. RICHIEMCGI.
They called McGinnis?
How are you currently employed?
Okay.
I'm the video director for the Daily Caller.
What is the Daily Caller?
It's a news website.
Here we go.
How long have you been working for the Daily Caller?
Since May of 2017.
When you say you are the video editor, you said?
Technically chief video director.
I can't believe they're calling him.
I oversee all of the video content that goes up on the website and all of our video and social media platforms.
Is it fair to say that the Daily Caller is an online news source as opposed to, say, a newspaper or a magazine?
Yeah, there's no print.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in Middle Eastern history and Arabic from Georgetown University.
Would you consider yourself a journalist?
I would consider myself somebody who works alongside journalists every day.
When you say you work alongside them, what are the different roles that you have versus the journalists that you work alongside?
So basically the journalists are the ones who actually post the articles. I'm the one who, for example, if a journalist is, on a location, they record a video. I'm the person who helps them get that video onto whatever platform.
By the way, this is my
necessary,
gin for 1,000 likes. Thank you.
As well as, packaging the video, distributing it, and, just helping them with any technical issues associated with that.
Richie could star in the Honda Civic Lawyer.
Neil Patel and Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson is a Fox News personality. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And did there come a time where you personally showed an interest in covering some of the protests that are going on around the country?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell us about what your focus was in that regard?
Well, at the time that the protests erupted in Memorial Day of 2020, it was very clear from the onset that actually two of our reporters, Jorge and Shelby, who were with me in Kenosha, they were in Washington, D.C. I was actually with my family in New York at the time. But that first weekend, there were, violent riots and in Washington, D.C. And after that weekend, it was very evident to me that Shelby and Jorge, being young and brave folks, were able to capture aspects of what was going on that I didn't see elsewhere in the media. And that's when it became clear to me that we could show the public a side of what was happening that the corporate press wasn't keen to show.
Oh,
You mentioned that these began around Memorial Day of 2020. Was that in part because of what happened to George Floyd in Minneapolis?
Yes, correct.
As far as you personally, you talked about some events in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Were you one of the folks that was covering any of that?
I
at
returned
that
back
time?
to I returned back to Washington. I was in New York with my family. I returned back to Washington on actually Memorial Day, that Monday, and starting on that day, I was on the ground with our reporters.
Other than Washington, D.C., over the summer of 2020, did you go around to other locations to cover these types of events?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We went to Seattle. We went to Portland. We were in Washington, D.C., obviously New York, Kenosha.
Did you storm the
and,
Capitol, you bigot?
basically, it was very clear to us that while, for example, cable news correspondents would go in and say what was going on, and then they'd leave and go back to their hotels, we just hung out in these places for hours and hours on end. And we just used our phones to show the public what was happening.
At these events that you covered in Seattle, Portland, et cetera, were you ever personally exposed to
No, look, I'll be
violence or
perfectly honest,
rioting
Sean.
or
I was
arson or anything
legitimately
along
worried
those
about
lines?
falling asleep on stream today, so
Tell us about some
it
of
was
the
just easier this
experiences
way.
that you had at those locations.
Well, Portland, for example, there was a lot of clashing with law enforcement. There was a lot of, I saw incendiary devices thrown at police. And Seattle was a situation where we did see some violent clashes between protesters and counter-protesters. And the same in New York as well. Police breaking up the occupied protests, people clashing with the police. And in fact, in New York, for example, if you're one of these people in there, we're dressed up to look just like everybody else. But if you film one of those violent interactions, then it's only a matter of time if somebody sees you that the crowd will turn on you. And that did happen in New York to Shelby and I.
When the crowd turned on you in New York, did you feel
Why are
like
we talking
your
about New York?
safety, your personal safety was at risk?
Yes.
Did you actually suffer any sort of injuries as a result of that?
I bear hugged Shelby and I dragged her out, and no, I did not.
Yeah.
I have suffered injuries in these zones, but not in that instance.
I want to move forward to Kenosha.
Oh, thank
everybody
God.
Here is familiar with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020. After that, was there a time in which you became interested in coming to Kenosha to cover what was going on here?
They want to get that he
Shelby and
felt.
Jorge,
They're trying to get that he
two of
felt a
our
similar
reporters
level
who I
of
traveled with
danger from
extensively,
Kyle. I think
implored me to book the trip, and we had lengthy discussions with our editor-in-chief regarding whether or not we should go.
Eventually, the decision was made to come here. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember when it was that you first arrived in Kenosha to begin covering these events?
Yes, it was that Monday.
Do you remember approximately what time of day?
It was the afternoon. I'm not sure. It was before it was dark.
There's been a lot of testimony about the events of that night, some of the things that happened around town. Did you personally witness any of that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you personally witnessed?
Witnessed many cars being burned. I actually, Shelby recorded an interview with some of the individuals in front of, so there was the big car lot that was burned, but then there was the lot actually where the armed individuals were on the night of the shooting. We actually were in front of that business the night before, and Shelby recorded an interview where those individuals were, there were people who, I guess the owner of the business had asked people to go out and try to put out the fires. So she recorded an interview with individuals who were using a power washer, and there were other people using like buckets to try to put out fires with the cars.
Mr. McGinnis, we have a map on the wall behind you there. I don't think there's going to be dispute that we've established that on Monday night, the car source location, which is at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan Road, had a large number of cars that were destroyed by fire that night. Did you personally witness that?
Yes.
Now, you said you spoke to the owner of the business. That would be the Car Source business?
I didn't speak to the owner. I spoke to individuals who were out there trying to put out fires. And I believe in Shelby's interview, they mentioned that the owner had asked them to come out to put out the fires.
Now, you also mentioned there was a second location, and that would be this Car Source, which is sort of kitty corner to the southwest. And I know you mentioned there were armed individuals there on Tuesday night, right?
Yes, and that's the same business that we saw people with power washers at the night before.
At this location that I'm highlighting here, which is at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan.
It's kind of clever to
on
use power
Monday
washers
night,
to put out fires and
Did you
stuff.
see any armed individuals there?
I did
Like,
not.
good on them.
Were there fires at that location on Monday night?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people putting out fires with pressure washers, were they putting out fires only at that location
Are
on the
pressure
southwest
washers
corner,
good
or
at
were
putting
they
out
also
fires?
trying to put out the
They
fires
don't
on
actually
the
put out a lot of water.
east corner?
It was only at that one and not. I didn't.
No, I
see
kind of feel like
anybody
that'd work reasonably
across
well.
the street.
Understood. I think the fires were out of control at that point, so I get that. I'm just trying to pin it down. So you told us that you witnessed the fires at those two locations on Monday night. Did you witness
Bit of a
any
bucket.
other events
True.
on Monday night that were noteworthy?
No, I'm not criticizing. I'm just
Yes,
asking.
there were just
a thought,
fires
random
everywhere.
thought.
And Shelby, Jorge, and I recorded a number of those, including multiple businesses.
Well, because I mean, as weird as it
You
sounds,
just unplug the
there's-
pressure washer and use the hose and get
recorded
more
that
flow.
information and then
You have a higher
obviously
water flow.
published
Yeah,
stories
but I mean,
about
if you
it
can
on
put
the
fires
Overlaw'd
out with
website,
like
is that fair to say?
sound waves and stuff now,
correct, yeah.
high pressure, if the
I wanna move
air
to the
would
next
fuel the
night,
fire,
Tuesday night, August
maybe
25th,
whatever that
the
comes
night
out
of the
useless.
shooting.
Oh,
Did
thank
you
goodness.
come back to that area to view the events of that night?
Well, the way that it happened was we went to the courthouse to document the demonstrations that were happening in front of the courthouse. And then subsequently, the police pushed the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, away from the courthouse. And that's actually when everybody ended up in that area.
On Tuesday night,
Yeah, I'm curious.
based
I'm
on
gonna
what
find
you
that out
just
for myself.
described, do you recall approximately when it was that you first got out and were covering things?
We'd been out all day. We were actually, during the day, we were interviewing the owners of the businesses that had been damaged the night before. And so, and also many people from the community in Kenosha.
Richie
came
has
out
the
to help
Chad half
clean up.
Windsor tie
And so
going.
we
I love
recorded
it.
A bunch of interviews with.
Doesn't have
with those
time to
folks,
tie a
as
full
well as,
Windsor. Piss off.
getting aerial footage of the damage. And then we went and ate, and then we went back out before sunset as the demonstrators were arriving at the courthouse.
Okay. Very quickly, just for my own interest. Yes, a pressure washer can put out a fire. Pressure washers produce more water vapor, cooling the area faster. High pressure pushes water deep into the burning object, cooling it faster. Soap in the pressure washer will also accelerate the smothering of flames. Pressure washers are a totally valid method of fighting a fire, though some contend that more traditional methods are superior. So there you go.
When you said you took video or photos or whatever of people trying to clean up and things like that, did any of that include the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I know you discussed some of the events that occurred right out in front of
Finger
the
spent
courthouse.
12 minutes
Do you
tying
recall
his
approximately
tie.
what time that was when
Tie
you were
clip coordinates
here
with the
at
lapel
out front of this
pin?
building
Woo!
covering things?
I think you're giving him way too much credit, though.
We first got out there probably about 7 p.m.
And how long was it before the event occurred that you described as the police pushing people out of the way?
That was after dark, and it was probably closer to 8:30 or 9.
What did you do then?
I only wear a half Windsor,
Well,
by the way. I
was-
love it.
Typically, in these kind of situations, the goal is to show.
I have to remember
both
that
what
when I
law
accidentally
enforcement
set my
dealing with,
field on fire again.
What the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them. You want to show.
Yeah,
both
guys, I'm not gonna lie.
situations. You want,
It's honestly, it's not that different to doing a regular show.
of the protesters on one side and the police on the other, and actually recorded, a variety of things, including things being thrown, bricks being thrown at law enforcement. And then I returned to the hotel because there was no cell service to get Wi-Fi to communicate with folks back in Washington, D.C., as well as post the videos for our team to then distribute.
What hotel were you staying at?
Forget the name of it. It's literally right there. It's,
Is it the Stella?
Stella, correct.
And that's located
No, Ginger, I don't.
a little bit off
Wouldn't
the
surprise
map
me
here,
though
I
if I
think,
did.
to the north, but very close to where all this is happening.
Actually, my hotel window was on the third or fourth floor, and it was overlooking that car lot right there.
That's
What I'll be more worried
Who
about is if he
wears
starts talking
lapel
to me.
pins, unironically?
After you returned to the hotel, you've described what you did there. Was there a time when you came back out onto the streets after your time at the hotel?
Yeah, I actually didn't. I didn't even post anything because when I returned to the hotel and got on the internet, I saw armed individuals in front of the same business.
I may or may not have laid
reported
down for
people
20
trying to
minutes
put
while
out
you guys
fires
watched him.
the night prior, and in my mind, that was a continuation of that story. And
I was not
so
committing
I
a murder.
actually dropped what I was doing. I also had Shelby and Jorge who were out there, and once I saw people who were armed, the situation was clearly escalated in my mind in terms of the level of danger, and part of my role was also to, make sure that none of us were harmed. And so I went outside, back outside, and actually I couldn't see that business from the window, but I could see the car lot across the street from it. And basically I just ran down the stairs and went right out there and started
The
communicating.
prosecution has a real tricky job with this witness. They have to
The business where you saw the
give him
armed
credibility
people out
on
in
what
front
they
of, was
want
that
and
the,
discredit him on
car source
everything
location
else.
at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
You mentioned that after seeing them, you felt like the
Oh,
situation
thank you,
was
boyfriend.
escalating.
I was
Why did you
so
feel that
damn
way?
tired. I can, yeah.
Anytime that there are guns, that elevates the level of danger in my mind.
Shut up.
Just given that,
damn
Little
it.
one's doing okay.
like I said, across
She's got the
country,
antibiotics. They seem to be kicking
many
in.
protests,
She's
in places where
she's getting better.
people have guns and there's a lot of people in a confined space. These are the kind of situations where everybody's very passionate about why they're out there. So in my mind, that the presence of weapons meant that, I should be on the ground, and Shelby, Jorge, and I should be as close to each other as possible to ensure that, we're all safe.
So did you feel that the presence of guns at that location, did it make
Was
you
my
concerned
phone
about the
moving?
safety of your reporters?
Yes.
So you said
Stop.
you ran down the stairs of the hotel. And
Supposed to get a
did you
birthday
go then
breakfast for your
if you
daughter,
left
but
the
she's still
hotel, did you go
asleep.
directly
You bloody
to that
hungry?
location, that car source at 59th and Sheridan?
You can always get two.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Now, you've referred to guns. Are you familiar with guns yourself?
I'd say familiar.
One of the guns that we've talked about already in this case is
The 300 Blackout?
technically a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, but
Uh-huh.
it is an AR-15 type rifle.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that type of rifle?
I've shot it.
And when
I've
you
loved
got to
it.
that
I've kissed
59th
it.
Street
I've hugged
car
it,
source
caressed it.
location, did you see individuals who were armed with that type of rifle?
Yes, multiple.
Tell us what you did once you left the Stella and went to that location.
I went down and proceeded straight from the hotel to the car source. And basically, as I walked up, I saw, I guess there were about 3 on the ground, and I couldn't quite tell how many people were on the
All right.
roof, but there were like approximately
Do your
5 or
civic
6
duty.
armed
Vote.
individuals in front of the business. And typically in these situations, especially with armed individuals, I'm just trying to look as unassuming as possible. And so
I think they
put my
delivered the
hands up and I
books,
said, hey,
but I know
are you
that
guys willing
I
to
think
do
Bronco
an
sent out
interview
a
about why you're here?
invite to the law of self-defense course, but it was
And
never
you-
taken up.
In one of you've given interviews to various media outlets about your experiences.
Which I think's
that
freaking
night,
hilarious,
correct?
honestly.
Yes.
And at one point you
Is
described
one of them Tim
the
Pool?
appearance
Does
of these
Tim Pool
armed
play guitar for
individuals
his
at the 59th
chickens?
Street car source as menacing. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. What interview was that?
Sure.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's. I would. Yeah. I would
No, just say I don't
menacing is,
recall. I don't recall.
Not a bad word to describe it. I would say actually.
Which is,
like
by
I
the way,
said,
people, a perfectly valid answer
presence
anytime
of
you're on the
weapons
stand.
just in my
If you're
mind,
unsure of anything you are saying,
is-
I do not recall, it's
elevates the
perfectly
level
valid.
of of risk.
In most
You did
cases,
an
it's
interview,
preferred.
shortly after this August 25th incident with someone by the name of Kyle Hooten. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
And in that interview, at one point, you indicated that the group that was armed at 59th Street Car Source appeared menacing. Would you agree with that? We can play it.
I would agree. I would say that. I mean, I don't know the exact definition of the word menacing. I guess I was using it in a live interview, but I would say that the level of risk was elevated, is what I would say.
One more.
Russian Letters says defense mentions Antaramian yet again. Does that mean the strategy is to hope the jury hates the mayor just enough to ignore all the evidence whatsoever? No, I think they want to draw some comparisons onto just how close-knit and nepotistic the Kenosha prosecution has been with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Is nepotistic a word?
Sheldon Barfield says in Southern Lawyer, now the witness, let's say hypothetically, you were being chased by a pervert with a particular interest in children. Would you hypothetically defend yourself in doing
nepotistic is a word?
So, and in doing so, defend future children as well? I'll take a yes or no answer on that one, please.
Thank you.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Sword and Skills says woke prosecutors are the worst prosecutors. That's just prosecutors for the most part. The good prosecutors are the exception. How's it going? How's it going, man? I hope everything's going well for you. Sheldon, read that one. Read these super chats while we wait. JM says they want to connect Kyle to the violence and chaos of the night, so Kyle seems as responsible as anyone else, trying to turn the anger against the riot at Kyle. Yep. Yeah. No, they just generally want. That's why Binger is focusing on, oh, he was menacing. He's loving every time McGinnis says guns elevate the risk. Guns do not elevate risk of situations. People elevate risk.
It's true. A gun is a tool. As much as
What the hell
Binger
is
is. What? Hang
Michael
on.
Shumay says, cheers.
Am I insane, or did I just see a bullet in that clip? I can't be saying what I'm saying. Come on, guys. Tell me I'm wrong. But there's something shiny at the top of that. Or is it not a clip? Is it a bloody, I don't know, a remote or something?
Michael Shumay says, cheers, Nick. Here's your Richards impersonation. Give more.
I know what a dim light looks like to me.
You did with Kyle Hooten. Do you recognize yourself on the screen?
No, that's not
Do
me.
you remember giving this interview to Mr. Hooten?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's
Can we
doctored.
play the excerpt from 7:12 to 7:47, please?
I basically just walked up to them and said, is anybody willing to do an interview? And Kyle was just the most willing. And obviously that's the kind of situation where you have 5-6 guys armed with some heavy weaponry. Most of them looked like they had AR-15 style rifles. And a couple of them were standing up on the rooftop in the darkness. So it was a menacing situation. So my goal was just to get my interview and be as non-threatening as possible and get out of there. So when Kyle volunteered himself, I just wanted to go with the path of least resistance.
So he said a menacing situation.
Thanks. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And this was something that you said within a week or two after the incident.
I was in Kenosha when I recorded that interview. That's in the basement of the hotel.
Oh, okay. Good.
That
Thank
was
you.
like maybe a day or two after.
Now, I think you said in that interview, when you approached the group, you wanted to interview someone from the group. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many members of that group did you interview?
One.
Who is that?
Well, I guess Mr. Gulch was the other one who walked into the interview as I was recording, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then we proceeded up the street after that. So if you would constitute that as part of the interview, then two. But Mr. Rittenhouse was the only one that I interviewed prior to him arriving.
And I think you said Gulch, but actually, for the record, that's Ryan Balch.
Balch, sorry.
No
Yes.
problem. No problem. Did you ask, and for the record here, the person you interviewed, Kyle Rittenhouse, is seated here at council table with the gray suit and the red shirt. Is that right?
No, you.
That was a leading question that you don't object to. That I mean,
I
like
believe
that properly.
As I was taking out my phone, generally the procedure is, are you willing to do an interview? Yes. Okay, I'm going to record it. Yes. And I believe that I said something along the lines of, how old are you? And I believe the response was something along the lines of, I'm an adult. I actually don't recall because I was doing two things at once, but I just remember the answer being satisfactory enough for me to proceed with the interview.
If the defendant had been honest with you and told you that he was 17, would you have recorded an interview with him?
I would, in those instances, I can record an interview if somebody's a minor, but I need permission from the parents.
Based on
that's
what
good.
The defendant said to you, whatever the wording was,
That's
you
actually
had no
good.
indication from him that he was 17. Is that fair to say?
I actually told the police the night of that I believe that he was in his mid-20s, but I believe I said exactly that he had a baby face.
That's actually a
we've
good fact for Kyle, by the way.
Got the interview that you recorded. And that is
Because
exhibit number.
the whole idea is that his
16.
illegal
Can we play that,
possession
please?
of a firearm somehow negates his self-defense claim. But no one knows he's 17. No one there is like, oh, well, let me see your ID. Squirrel69 says, so would that mean that Gaige Grosskreutz is guilty of having a gun as well, which means he's no longer a victim, but rather a possible bringer of violence? Yeah. Well, he was literally tried to bring violence and was stopped.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business. And part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed
Their
as well.
job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
We're running medical, and we're going in and we're getting people.
and what about are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I got hit with I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but you know, as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to kill me and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and
Mid-20s.
This church right over here.
Just look at this. Look at this damn kid. Mid-20s.
What do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. It's considered a red zone to the EMS fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
Speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Bulch is a thick boy.
Follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I don't know why my mic would be
You
so loud.
are,
I'm
at this
way
point
away
in the
from it.
video,
I haven't
walking
changed
south
anything
along
between
Sheridan
yesterday and
behind
today.
The defendant and Ryan Balch, is that right?
Correct.
At that moment, given what you've told us about why you were out there and the coverage you've done with other events around the country, why did you decide at that moment to follow them?
Well, during the interview, he mentioned, what his mission was there. And it seemed to me that they were proceeding to, try to do what he was talking about. And I wanted to record it.
Can we please play exhibit number 17?
Wanted to record him going and providing medical. There you go. Good. He should have said, he said he would provide medical. I mean, this is a witness, right? Like, this is what I want him to say. This is good right here. Can we actually get to the video, please? Can you switch the fucking feed to the video, please? You've one job, court. Switch the feed to the video. Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Anybody need medical?
Brian M., after yesterday, I am angrier
This guy's
today.
kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT? Yeah. Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
He said, no, sir.
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS on.
Gotcha.
Kyle did not claim to be an EMT. Again, that was Bulch.
Defendant tells you that he is an EMT. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he say anything else to you? It's a little hard to hear in the video as to what his qualifications were.
I believe he mentioned something about lifeguard certification.
In your experience at the various events that you've covered, similar to what was going on in Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, etc., have you seen other individuals who proclaim themselves to be medics or EMTs who are armed with AR-15s?
I don't recall any people who I saw a lot of people who were medics, some of whom were armed, but not with an AR-15 that I recall.
When you saw these other medics who were armed, what sort of things had they armed themselves with?
I just recall specifically in Seattle, a medic armed with a handgun.
Other than that one medic with a handgun, do you recall seeing any other medics in any of the other events that you covered who armed themselves with a gun?
No.
Do you recall seeing any others that armed themselves with an AR-15?
No.
We can continue the video, please.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit.
Guys, we got a badass. Bulch is former Army infantry.
Do you? It appears
Pretty much.
Mr. Bulch reacts
Special
to
forces.
something at this point in the video. Do you know what that was?
That was I believe it was a brick that was thrown at a piece of a brick that was thrown at the armored personnel carrier right there.
Did it like bounce off towards you guys or something? Do you know?
Yeah, it bounced off in front of us.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running triage over here. Anybody need medical?
Piece of brick, not a peaceful brick. You guys are killing me.
Here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? It's all right. I'm not shot. No, I
you got rubber bullet.
Oh no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't. It didn't even leave a welt. It just stunned.
Can I see your nipple where the rubber bullet hit? Can I look at your nipple, please?
It was literally just like,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
it was like, oh shit. That was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Who's the midriff waifu? Why isn't Kyle talking to her? Come on, Kyle. Take the chance, buddy. You're the Chad medic with an AR. You got to talk to the midriff waifu.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Anybody need medical? You're just the one that get out the car. I'm trying to help you out. Now you're talking about medical? I remember you. You said get out the car. You talking about medical? Yeah.
Anybody need medical?
They wanted yellow pants guy.
What, yesterday or today? What car over in the dealership? Sorry, I don't Hey, if you want to, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Just in time. They want yellow pants guy who's not testifying, by the way, to accuse Kyle of pointing a gun at someone earlier in the evening. That's what they want. Richard should be objecting. Maybe I don't know how you object. It's the guy's footage.
First of all, Mr. McGinnis, the video we just watched was.
Let's take a break at this point. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. 15 minutes.
Sweet. We got a 15-minute break. Squirrel69 says, we went to the church and de-escalated the situation there, but then later I just decided to murder 3 people after having posed as a medic for the entire night. Midler Nemmer says, because other medics didn't arm themselves, Kyle couldn't arm himself. Faulty logic there. Binger. Yeah, well, logic doesn't really enter into this. Okay, we're going to fast forward to the next section. Keep catching up here. Where are we? Oh, they're no longer showing the Wisconsin seal. Now we've got this random judge picture. That's great. Here we go. Leon's Law, it is a cumulative evidence objection already shown. The funny thing is they would testify, well, that this is the guy taking it. It's like, well, then how the hell did you get it in before without foundation? That, but they did. So the funny thing is they should have introduced that whole video during
my wife says that
during this examination. This is a proper time to do it.
No, what does that mean?
Squirrel69 says, Kyle was so menacing, I was in fear for my safety, so I decided to follow him as he claimed he was a medic for a long time before he went crazy and decided to create a medical situation because of the mostly peaceful bricks.
Really turn it up high. And, oh, yeah.
Peter says, just waiting for the defense to start and the failed to get anything from this gold mine because of sheer incompetence. We'll see. Okay, come on.
I said it must be the chocolate that I...
Mr. McGinnis, when we
oh wait, here we go.
Mr. Binger.
We're catching up.
McGinnis, when we left off, we had finished watching the video that is entitled "Richie McGinnis Walking with Kyle." It is the one in which you followed him south along Sheridan, and at some point in the video, the defendant encounters a group of individuals. The most noteworthy of one is wearing bright yellow pants. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And there's some interaction between the defendant and that individual, and then the defendant walks across Sheridan Road.
This is why
yes.
the prosecutor is taking the risk.
Well, Kyle had told me my goal going into these protest zones is to tell the full picture, or our goal. And after interviewing Kyle or Mr. Rittenhouse, it was clear, what he thought his mission was there. But these individuals seemed to think differently. And so I wanted to hear what their opinion was on the matter, because that would be part of providing the complete picture.
And the individual in the yellow pants accused the defendant of
leading
his AR-15.
Objection, leading the witness. Objection, leading the witness.
I believe
Objection.
he said, yes, something along the lines of, you were waving the gun. You think you're in a movie.
When you approached those individuals to speak with them, you took your...
And hearsay. And hearsay.
Yes.
You took your phone and you stopped recording. You pointed it to the
Fucking
ground,
hell.
and then after a while it stopped.
Yeah.
We've established you're a video director for your website. Capturing video is one of the things you do. Why did you stop recording that interaction?
There are 4 individuals there, and you can see in the video, one of them had large rocks in his hands. And, it's a public street. So generally speaking, but just from the perspective of an ethical perspective as a journalist or somebody providing content, you generally want to get the permission of people if you want to conduct a proper interview. When I walked up to them, one of the individuals who had these bricks in his hands stepped out on me like he was going to smash my head.
Just got these
I
bricks.
put my phone down.
That's good.
and
Good
I told
testimony.
them, I'm not going to record. I just want to know why you guys are mad.
Did you ever ask any of them for permission to record them?
I did. So based on this guy's actions, they didn't want to be recorded. So I actually I was more concerned with why they were mad than actually getting it on video, just from the perspective of gathering information.
As someone who works in journalism and takes video, gathering information without having a record of it doesn't do much good, though, does it?
Leading.
It can, because it does do good, because you can, from that information, then ascertain other individuals to talk to, and also I think there's an aspect of gaining somebody's trust before
At least
an interview. So
Richie's being
lot
a
of
bro
times
here.
It's helpful to speak with people about why you're there, why you want to interview them, and then maybe try to restart and say, hey, now that we're on the same level, can I do this interview?
So the question I asked you right before that last one was, did you ask any of those individuals for permission to record them? And I don't believe you answered that question, but I'm assuming the answer is no, based on what you've told us.
I actually mentioned that I was going to stop I stopped my phone and I said, listen, guys, I'm not recording this. I just want to know what the deal is. Why are you guys mad? So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had bricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And
Indigo, I'm only here to support you and hate this trial and try to understand it. I tried. Guys, if there's anyone that doesn't want to be watching this, please don't put yourself through it on my account. I appreciate it, but I don't want you, torturing yourself, basically. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Binger brought so much good information to present to the jury. Well, he made an ass of himself. We know this. You get explanation later from Barnes that Richards doesn't object much overall in any of his trials. Really? Okay. The answer is, if I asked permission, they would have beaten me with rocks. Probably.
And obviously, they
now
never
he's trying to show a
verbally
bias.
gave you permission.
Oh, of course, I was dumb enough to try that. What are we? 128.52.
What the deal is? Why are you guys mad?
That's 20 seconds.
So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had bricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And obviously, they
now
never
he's trying to show a
verbally
bias.
gave you permission, correct?
This line of questioning is intended to
never
show
say anything
bias.
like, hey, go
he
ahead,
didn't
you
want
can
to
record
record
us. Nothing like that.
these
No,
guys with their
You
rocks.
took their reaction
unfavorable
to you,
to
this
Kyle.
physical movement, as a sign that you shouldn't be recording them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Binger is a fucking
You
good
mentioned
attorney,
that one of the
guys.
individuals had some things in his hand. I think at one point you said rocks, and another one I think you said bricks.
Well, it was like I guess bricks wouldn't be the right word either because they're like gray. So I guess generally a brick would be like red. There were like pieces of
Cinder block?
Cinder block.
gray stones that you would use to build a building.
How many
So
of these
cinder
individuals did you speak with that are all in a row there? Do you
I
remember?
talked to all of them.
But how many were there? Total?
Effective attorney,
And one
okay?
you
He's
said
an
had a couple
effective
of
attorney.
Rocks or stone in his hand.
Yeah, one had like one in each hand, and then another one had like a stone in one hand, and then it was like a strap, leather strap, something like that. That was seemed to be, couldn't tell if it was attached because it was in his hand. And I believe, yeah, those are the only guys who had rocks in their hands. There were two of them.
Okay. Other than what you've just described, did you see any other weapons of any kind on any of those four people?
At the time, I did not, but in hindsight, I believe that one of them was armed with a handgun.
With a handgun.
Yes.
Okay. The person who was wearing yellow pants did not have any sort of weapon, correct?
No.
Not
that I could see.
So just so we're clear,
That was a leading
at that
question as
moment,
well,
when you were
by the
dealing with
way.
those 4 individuals, you perceived 2 of them to have rocks in their hands, and that was the
Leading-
extent of any sort of weapon.
Leading
that any of them
question.
had
Leading
you
question.
saw at that time.
That I saw, yes. But in these kind of situations, it's never really clear who's armed and who's not. I was still unsure of my safety in that situation.
Were you armed?
No.
Just with a camera.
Can you help us understand what it was about these 4 individuals who, by the way, all 4 of them are black, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What was it about these 4 individuals, 2 of whom had rocks in their hands?
Objection.
That made you
Witness is not a
concerned about your
melon
safety?
expert.
Well, the way that the one stepped out on me,
No
it was
comment.
like he was presenting the rocks as if he was ready to smash my head. And he stepped out in my direction, at which point I kind of took 1 step back. And in those kind of situations, I was trying to keep my distance to ensure that, if he's going to advance.
He's trying to
closer,
establish
I'm
that
gonna
Richie is scared of black
that
people,
many steps
apparently.
backwards to keep our distance.
Do you have any idea why this individual stepped forward? towards you
Objection
in
calls
such an
for
aggressive manner?
speculation.
It was because of my phone.
Objection
because
calls for
I believe
speculation.
It was because he perceived me to be recording
How many
him,
drinks had Nick had by this
and he didn't
stage?
want to be recorded.
Once you stopped recording, did his
He's had
So
enough.
change?
I put my phone down, and then I told him I'm not recording. I just want to know what happened, and his demeanor did not change. And he still had the rocks in his hands, as if he was ready to hit me. And so then I said, "Hey guys, let's take a step back here for a second. Does anyone want to?" I generally carry like cigarettes and White Claws to diffuse these kind of situations. It's like a tactic. People are always really angry in these.
I'll
areas
pacify
and-
the blacks with cigarettes and White Claws. What could go wrong?
So, in your experience in these types of crowds, you have experienced anger, threatening behavior, that sort of thing before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And one of the ways you've learned to diffuse the situation is to offer
I want to make a joke about
individuals
chicken and waffles,
something
but I know it'll
like
be
cigarettes
inappropriate at
or-
this point in time.
Cigarette or White Claw. That's generally.
White Claw's a hard seltzer, an alcoholic
It's
beverage.
normally
Yes.
pacifying
And
white
actually,
women.
I
That's
had
why
2
he's
in
giving
my,
them White Claws.
gas mask bag, and I just said, "Does anyone want a White Claw?" And it's like, people generally think it's kind of funny, and oftentimes take me up. And it's a good tactic to kind of, because the goal here is to elicit their truth, what they think is the reality in this situation. And so my goal is to basically make them feel comfortable telling me what they think the truth is, and that's one tactic to achieve that.
So when you offered these guys a White Claw, did they take you up on it?
One of them did, yeah. The guy who was squatting down.
So you handed him
No.
the White Claw.
I didn't like you at first, but I do now.
So yeah,
I'll hit you
I said,
up.
"Do any of you
Hit me
want
with
a
that White
Claw?"
Claw.
My hands up, and I said, "I'm gonna reach." And actually, the guy who was squatting down, he started to stand up. He said, "I'll take one," and I pulled it out, and I used to bartend, so I cracked it for him, and then handed it to him.
So you gave them a total of
I
one.
used to bartend, so I opened the can on my own.
This individual you described with the
Weird
rocks who
answers.
stepped forward to you, can you demonstrate for us the manner in which he was holding those rocks? Because you made it sound like he was about to hit you with them or something.
Yeah, it was.
So
I mean, he was like holding it, as if like he was ready to fight, but with rocks. So he was kind of in an athletic position, and he stepped out in front of the other guys towards me, like that.
Pun intended,
Dog
did he go?
whistling here.
How
He was
close
in
did
an
he get to you?
athletic position. Are these
8
athletes
feet.
automatically now?
did he
Because
ever?
I took a step back when he took a step forward, and actually, that was part of the reason why they thought my actions were so funny to them, was that I was so scared and so ready to run away.
You say they thought your reactions were.
Say
funny.
you're
How do you
scared
know they
all
thought
the
they
time
were
from
funny?
everybody but
Because they all
Kyle.
laughed when I asked
Phenomenal.
them if they wanted a White Claw, and actually after that, once I gave it to the one individual, they started making fun of the guy with the rocks, saying, "Oh, you think you're so tough? Like there's one of him and 4 of us, and like look at how scared he is." They're,
Sounds like at
making
that
fun of
point,
Little bitch
the-
white
whatever
boy.
tension
That's what
was
they
gone.
said. Come on.
And this individual stepped
Now I gotta look
forward
up the
with
local
rocks.
liquor
He
store
did
and see how much a
throw a
White
rock at
Claw
you.
costs, because I've
No,
never had one.
actually, he put his hands down at that point once his friend made fun of him.
You were never harmed in that incident in any way.
Nope.
All right.
But you
So,
were terrified, right?
we've
Richard,
seen
but
the
you were
end of that
scared
video,
of these
which
people because they're rioters, right?
At that point, you are talking with those 4 individuals when you stop recording on your phone. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We just watched a video of you following the defendant and Ryan Balch down south on
Okay,
Sheridan.
they do stock White Claws.
You encounter the
Mango,
individual
watermelon,
with the
natural
yellow
lime, and
pants
pineapple.
and the other 3 individuals next to him. You walk up to them after the defendant walks away. You start to have a conversation with those individuals, the 4 of them, and you stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. What I
This
wanna know
isn't
is
leading
after you
because it's
stop
a recap
recording,
of his
how long
testimony.
did you spend talking to those guys?
Basically,
It was a
water.
matter of minutes. I'd say
I'll
less
probably
than
drink
5
worse.
minutes.
Tommy
That
Pickles,
whole
I'll talk
interaction
whenever I
just
damn
described was
fucking well
probably about
please,
2
buddy.
minutes, and I talked to them.
I'm not going anywhere near a Bud Light anytime soon. Thank you very
After
much.
that, what happened?
I got back to.
Don't get me wrong.
my
Like, I thought they
task at hand,
tasted like
which
piss
was,
beforehand.
Inquiring
But
about why they were mad at who I later found out to be Mr. Rittenhouse. And they said something along the lines of, yeah, we were over there, we were jumping on some cars, and he came up with his gun. And
Objection, hearsay.
that was actually right then was the point.
I
that
think it
I
probably
saw
is a
Mr.
White Claw
Rittenhouse
drink.
running
It's similar.
down the
It's probably
street.
similar to
I said, "Hey, guys, I
vodka
gotta go."
cruisers for us.
Are you able to show us on that map when you saw the defendant running, which you just described? Where was that on that map? Are you able to show us that?
It was like, let's see. So we were right in this green right here. We were approximately
China?
right here,
I'll be
green
right.
in the parking lot, and he was running this way.
Okay, you just kind of drew a line all the way from 60th down to 63rd. Are you able
Yeah.
to be a little bit more specific as to where he was
Um,
when you saw the defendant running?
So you're saying where was the defendant?
Yes, when you first saw him, you said that he drew your attention because he was running.
Yeah, he was. So he was basically right running down this corner.
Far less sweet than a
So
cruiser.
you've indicated an area right in front
suppose
of
it's a
the
seltzer, isn't
ultimate
it? So-
gas station.
It was in front of this. We were over here,
Okay.
and he was here.
All right. So
So
again,
I don't. The gas station's up here. It was down here.
okay. On that map, I think it's labeled the Ultimate Convenience Center, but it's the gas station that is on the
Oh, gotcha.
southeast
Yep.
corner of
Yes,
60th.
that's correct.
and-
That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
And so, just because sometimes these things don't translate into the record, you've used the pointer to illuminate an area in front of the First United Methodist Church. On the east side of the church, between the church and Sheridan
Behold
Road,
the ultimate
there's a
gas
parking lot
station.
area there, and you've kind of pointed to that as where you were talking to these 4 gentlemen. Is that a fair summary of the
Yes.
location?
I believe actually it was a little bit further south, so it was like somewhere right around here.
Okay.
So sorry, it was actually just a bit farther. Is this south or?
The bottom of the map is
That's-
south.
Bottom of the map is south, so it was a bit farther south than that. Yes.
Okay. And you saw the defendant running. Was the defendant in Sheridan Road when you saw him running?
Yes.
Did you see anything in his hands when you first saw him?
Yes.
What did you see?
He had one of those small fire extinguishers that you saw earlier in the video. It was that sized fire extinguisher in one hand and the AR-15 in the other.
What did you do next?
I told the guys that I had to go, and I proceeded.
No, it's Rabbit. You look after yourself, okay?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Why?
Because, he had a fire extinguisher in his hand. So, I perceived that as he was running to some kind of event that was taking place that would be newsworthy.
What did you do after that?
I started jogging after him, and he was quite far in front of me. And I called my coworker Shelby to inquire where she was, because seeing the way that he was running and the fact that he had a fire extinguisher in his hand, I said something along the lines of I won't use the expletive language that I was using, but something's about to go down. Where are you?
Shit's about to go down.
We should make sure we're close to each other.
You said you made a phone call to Shelby?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you made that phone call?
So I was in the process of, I was actually jogging, right around here.
You're pointing to an area on Sheridan Road, just to the north of 61st Street.
Yeah. I was probably right around this corner by that point that I called her. Actually, right around here, because I had opened my gas mask bag for the White Claw, and then I ran off without clipping it back. My gas mask actually fell out of the bag. So what
My man
happened was
carries
the
a bag of
gas
White
mask fell out.
Claws.
I picked it up, I put it back in the bag, I clipped the bag, and then I pulled my phone out to call Shelby. So it was probably actually just south of there by the time I got on the phone with her.
You have given an interview in which you indicated that your attention was drawn, or when you saw the defendant running, that you felt that he was drawing the attention of the crowd. Do you recall saying that in one of your interviews?
Yeah, I think in that interview, I was referring. Which interview are you referring to?
Space
It's
Rep,
the one that you gave to Tucker Carlson.
Objection, Your Honor. No black man has ever drank a White Claw.
I was referring to him shouting medical. And I did notice that when he was running, there were a lot of people looking in that direction. There were like, in this area, this parking lot here, there were like dozens, if not hundreds of protesters or rioters or whatever you want to call them, right in here. And so when he was running, it was like kind of people directed their attention that way for sure.
You also said that you felt that this was going to be a hairy situation. You also characterized it as a dangerous situation. Do you recall that?
Yes. The combination of the fire extinguisher and the fact that he was running indicated to me that something was about to happen. Potentially, if there's a fire involved. That's why I wanted to get a hold of Shelby and find out where she was.
Did you also feel that the defendant running with an AR-15 through this type of crowd could cause a problem?
Oh, come on.
In my
Objection!
mind, in that
Calls
moment,
for speculation, leading the
think
witness.
Of a situation that would necessitate somebody running through a public street.
Object!
With one of their hands occupied by a fire extinguisher and the other one occupied.
I was going to say, the other issue is that he's carrying the fire extinguisher.
Kind of serving dual roles there. It seemed to me, it's not the way that I was taught to handle a weapon in a public place.
Did it seem a contradiction to you to have a weapon in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other?
No.
Objection leading.
Contradiction. I would say that, all these, like in these protest zones, there's like, everybody's kind of serving a role. So,
God forbid he should have the gun on him for protection.
Punk rockers that we saw, the skateboarder dudes, they were clearly like kind of
Skeeter
a fire
dudes
type because they all had fire extinguishers. And you have like people who are medics, you have all kinds of different roles. I wouldn't say necessarily contradictory because generally speaking, I just wouldn't deem that to be a contradiction.
The punk rockers, the fire brigade that you described, did you see any of them with guns?
I did not know.
Did you feel that carrying
Objection,
around an
calls for
AR-15 was
speculation.
incompatible?
That's true.
With the role of a medic or a fire brigade?
I wouldn't use the word incompatible.
Certainly doesn't match up, though.
Objection!
I don't know exactly what you're getting at.
Objection! Richards, he's begging you to object to this question.
I don't know what matching means here in this instance. If you could clarify that.
So you indicated that
hang
when
on.
you saw the defendant running.
I'm sorry, let's clarify something here. For the most part, if you're in a war zone, and let's not mince words, okay? The city was on fire. Would you not expect medics to be carrying guns if you're actually in an armed conflict? I mean, there's plenty of people in chat I know that have served in the armed forces. Are the medics expected to carry all their, healing stuff without being able to protect themselves? What the fuck is Binger talking about here? Honestly, this is some grade A bullshit, this is. Is it really a good strategy for Binger to put guns on trial in Kenosha?
You left those 4 individuals and followed. You've described a point in that process where the gas mask fell to the ground, you picked it up, whatnot. Did there come a time when you were following the defendant when he was no longer running?
Right about, I was on the phone with Shelby at the time, and right about when he slowed down, I was still running to catch up. So he did slow and stop, down and around where the eventual shooting took place.
So he starts running.
It's a mostly peaceful
walks
shooting,
for a
frankly.
bit, and then there's a time after that when he begins to run again. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to the defendant as you're following him down Sheridan Road?
So he was
Down
probably just,
Sheridan
he was, I
Road.
mean, at the moment that he slowed down, I was probably like a half a block back. He slowed down probably right around here. And I was like, I could just barely see him. And so I was probably right back here when he slowed down right around here. And I was still on the phone at the time.
When the defendant slowed down, were you still running?
Yes, I was running to catch up with them.
When you eventually caught up to him, how close were you behind him in the end?
No, Mark Richards is not
So-
committing malpractice. Briefly, I'll address it
It's
later,
hard
but no.
I guess from the point where he was slowed down, when I caught up to him, it was just a moment after that he started running again. So I guess at that time, I was probably like 30 feet back.
And you described that the defendant then began running again.
Yes.
Was there any event that you perceived,
Which version of Matthew
heard, or
McConaughey?
saw that attracted your attention at the same time that the defendant started running?
There were a lot of people yelling.
Do you know what they were yelling?
There were a lot of screams. I heard like an N-word. And
Oh, you didn't want to just drop it like Richards
hear in
did?
the video, the friendly.
When you say
but it was
N-word,
mostly
do you
just
mean
yelling.
Nick?
I didn't hear really anything decipherable.
We've heard some references to that friendly. Now, I know it's hard, Mr. McGinnis. I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset
Can you
of that
describe
evening.
the
I
N-word that
assume
you
since
heard?
that evening,
I love the
obviously you said
N-word.
You've given a lot of interviews, correct? So I don't know how
I
many,
gave
but-
as many interviews as I felt necessary to inform the public of what I saw.
and I wasn't trying to make it exaggerate or anything like that, but
No,
you've,
that's fine.
you've given some interviews. There have been a lot of videos out there on the internet. I assume you've watched some of those. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If we can try,
I
our
have
best to
watched
put
some
aside what
videos
we've
on the
learned
internet,
since then and
yes.
try and go back to that moment, and I'd like you to tell the jury what you were thinking and observing in that moment, without the benefit of hindsight or other videos or things like that. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned friendly. At that time, that moment, in that evening,
Mhm.
do you recall hearing that?
I do not. I recall I was on the phone as well. So I was talking to Shelby, and I recall hearing the yelling while I was still on the phone. And I said something along the lines of, "Oh, expletive, I gotta go." And I hung up on Shelby, at which point that's when the running had started. Like I was already basically running with Mr. Rittenhouse and later Mr. Rosenbaum at that moment.
So let's continue at where you just left off.
Mhm.
Please tell us what happened next.
It was hard for me to see because, like I said, I was like 30 feet back at the time, but I could see a lot of yelling. I could hear a lot of yelling, and I could see there was a crowd of people in the street, and one individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, advancing towards Mr. Rittenhouse, as well as a couple of other individuals who were moving very quickly in the area. But it was hard for me to see because I was a little bit back, and it was dark.
What happened then?
Mr. Rosenbaum advanced towards Mr. Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse gave I think he maybe saw him coming and gave like kind of a. I said on the night of to police that it was like a juke, but it was more like just a pivot and a run.
Please continue. What happened after that, as far as you recall?
And then he pivoted and he ran towards this parking lot right here. So he was like right on the side of the street, and he ran towards this lot, and Mr. Rosenbaum ran after him, and I was behind both of them.
So the sequence of the folks that were involved in this running, as we've seen in many other videos, is Mr. Rittenhouse.
It's a running
is,
now. It's a chase everywhere
front,
else,
Mr.
but it's a
Rosenbaum
running.
is
It's running
after him, and you are behind Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How far back from Mr. Rosenbaum were you as the pursuit went through the car source parking lot?
Well, it's hard to say because I kind of caught up to them. I was running a bit faster, and so at the time initially I was probably 30 feet back when everybody first started running, but then by the time I arrived in the lot I was 15 feet.
Can you measure that in
And you
Rosenbaums?
continue to be behind Mr. Rosenbaum at the time
3.5
that the defendant shot and
Rosenbaums.
killed him, correct?
I did alter my trajectory a little bit when I saw Mr. Rittenhouse turn around and saw Mr. Rosenbaum lunging for the front portion of the rifle.
Let me stop you there for a second. First of all, we know now that individual who was shot and killed by the defendant was Joseph Rosenbaum.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment this was all going on that night, did you have any idea who that person was?
No clue.
Had you ever heard the name Joseph Rosenbaum before?
I'd never even seen that individual.
Up until these events, you had not seen that individual at any time?
No, I had not. Okay. I saw videos after the fact of where he was, but I actually wasn't at that location, that gas station at that time.
And again, I want to hear what you saw and what you know, and not.
Gotcha.
What I saw was him reaching for the gun. That's what I would say. I'd be such a dick
In
of
the
a
videos
witness.
of this
Saw him
incident,
reach for that gun a
you
whole
appear
lot
to
of
be
times.
holding up your cell phone.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So I got off the phone with Shelby, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I attempted to record on my phone, and I thought that I was recording at the time. It turns out that I actually just took a live photo of the ground.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Pressed, what was the photo button instead of the record button?
Default me to video, bitch.
So as you're running, you're holding up the phone, thinking you're recording video, but in fact, you're not. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the video did not start until, and I've turned all of this over. I'm sure you've reviewed it.
Sure.
But it did not start until just as I was arriving over Mr. Rosenbaum after he had been shot. So I don't know what happened in that period of time. I
Got
wasn't
the
even
2,000
looking at
like
my
shot
phone.
all ready to go.
Usually when I'm recording, I'm constantly looking at what the video is recording to make sure that everything's in the frame and whatever. But at that time, obviously, I was fixated on the situation in front of me rather than my phone, so I didn't realize that it wasn't recording. And I don't know what happened or why it started later.
What was it about the situation in front of you? You said you were fixated on it. What was it about the situation in front of you that focused your attention?
Well, there were we were running very quickly, number one. So I was just by virtue of the fact that I was running, I was focused on that. But also, I knew, having seen Mr. Rittenhouse earlier and just using my eyes at that time, that he was armed. And also there was
Excuse me.
a bag that was thrown by Mr. Rosenbaum. And so clearly there was something about to happen. So I was paying attention to that.
Good.
Did you ever see a weapon on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw a gun on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw him have a knife?
Nope.
Never saw him have a club
Binger's
or a
gonna ask
bat
this
or a
to
chain or
everybody.
anything like that?
I just saw the bag that was thrown. That was it.
Binger asked his mom this when he cuddles her at night.
The chase is occurring in the car source parking lot. Did you hear? And again, I want you to go back to that moment.
Yes.
Just ask
We've
him
seen
what he
other
heard.
videos. We've heard other videos. So we have hindsight. But in that moment, as you are following the chase behind Mr. Rosenbaum, behind Mr. Rittenhouse, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum
See how he did that?
There was a FU
brilliant what
And
Binger just did. Just a second.
At the time in that instance, my recollection of it the night of it was really hard for me to decipher, whether that was who yelled that. After seeing the footage, it's very clear to me who yelled it.
Okay,
And
let me
after,
stop. I don't want to. I want to.
Binger said
Yeah.
I'm
behind
interested in your
Rosenbaum,
perceptions of the
behind
sounds around
Rittenhouse
you.
is you.
I understand there's a lot
Implying
going
that-
on, and
subtly
it's
implying
a scene,
Rittenhouse is chasing
but
Rosenbaum.
Put yourself back in that moment. Do you recall hearing Joseph Rosenbaum say anything?
No.
Do you hear recall hearing the defendant?
I mean,
say
I
anything?
heard things said, but I don't recall it coming, me perceiving it coming from him because, like, for example, in that instance, there was a pop. And then when Mr. Rittenhouse turned around, my focus.
See, if Binger was a better
purely
lawyer, he'd
on,
be interjecting here.
The barrel of the weapon and where that was going. So I didn't.
Okay. In fact, when you were talking to the Kenosha Police Department after this incident, and very shortly thereafter, you were asked if you heard any words exchanged between Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, and you said no.
Yeah,
Remember saying that?
Well, and that was the phrasing of the question, which is, were there words exchanged? And so that would imply,
Day 4, Dennis.
Like some kind of conversation. If they had have asked, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum yell anything? I might have phrased it differently because I just didn't focus on that at the time. But the way that there was nothing exchanged. That's that I saw.
So let's continue.
There wasn't
You just
anything
mentioned
exchanged. He
hearing a
screamed
pop
at him.
Sound. Was that during this chase?
Good
That
answer.
was right before Mr. Rittenhouse turned around.
No, Mads, look, for the most part, but what he could have done there is because the witness had already specified yes or no, he could say that there's no question pending because he'd already answered the question. And any extraneous material or testimony, he can sort of try and cut off. If I missed the harder, don't know yet. Point is, Binger could have, yeah. Waiting for the Vapor Man cross? Okay.
During the chase, yes.
Okay. And just to finish that thought up, you're talking about when Mr. Rittenhouse turns around and shoots Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
Just before that, there was a pop sound.
Correct.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
But let's put
As
that aside.
Richards, you
In
actually
that
don't
moment,
want to object
as
here.
you are running
for the most part. You
First
want
of all,
Richards
did
to
you hear
keep
that pop? As you were running.
I did hear the pop.
McGinnis to
but,
keep talking.
Given like the environment, it's not that uncommon to hear those kind of pops. So at that time, it was not clear to me that it was from a gun or what it was from. In fact, I did tell police that it was my understanding that he turned around because he felt like he was running into a corner because that area of the
excellent
parking lot where the shooting actually took place was like there's the wall right here and then there was like cars
excellent
parked kind of
he's
so
in a corner, can't go anywhere.
At night of it appeared to me that he turned around because he had reached a dead end or something like that.
And then Rosenbaum met his dead end.
Could you please pull up Exhibit 25? Mr. McGinnis, we have, and I think I need to turn on the TVs again.
Yeah, the TV's turned off after a while. I learned that from my son, who helped me set up my TV so I could record Days of Our Lives. Been watching Days of Our Lives for about, probably since I was born. It's my favorite show. I like the acting quality of the actors. It's pretty good.
Damn it. Perfect time for the family to come in and say goodbye for the day. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly, hopefully without causing too many issues, but of course it's going to, screw that. Yeah, if you can't defend yourself in a situation where you're cornered, I don't think that there is any. So...
Mr. McGinnis, we have, and I think I need to turn on the TVs again.
Yeah, the TV's turned off after a while. I learned that from my son, who helped me set up my TV so I could record Days of Our Lives. Been watching Days of Our Lives for about, probably since I was born. It's my favorite show. I like the acting quality of the actors is pretty good. I record it every day on my VHS recorder. Then when I get home from court, you know, I put in Days of Our Lives, and I like to watch it on my TV. And so my son helped me set up the TV. I know, so after a while, with they're not playing anything, they kind of turn off on their own. Sometimes I fall asleep and I wake up and my TV's turned off.
Okay.
Can you imagine? There is a video on the screen which has already been introduced into evidence, and we've heard some testimony about it. I don't. Have you ever seen this before?
I saw screenshots of this thermal footage.
Yeah, I follow Jake Posobiec on
Was
Twitter,
that
and I
from
saw it, you
yesterday or the day before
motherfucker.
during the trial.
Yeah.
There's been testimony that there is an individual with a circle around them identified as person of interest number 1. That is Joseph Rosenbaum. There is a square around a second individual who is identified there as person of interest number 2. That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. You will come into this video, if you're not already on it, behind all of them. So I'm sure you'll be able to recognize yourself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this forward a little bit so you can see it. I'd like you to pay attention to the movements of the 3 of you, Mr. Rosenbaum, yourself, and the defendant, and then I'll ask you a couple questions about it. So if we can play it forward, please.
Can you please comment on this video that you have no foundation of and literally just saw yesterday? I mean, if this wasn't a favorable witness, you would really have to object here. But you want Richie to talk. Richie McGinnis, you want him talking. So they're going to hold off on objecting. Anything around the incident, you're going to let him talk as much as possible.
Were you able to see yourself on that video?
Yes.
And it shows you. Can we back up about 10 seconds, please? Go back a little bit further, please. 10 more seconds. Okay, continue there. Go forward, please. Or play it, rather. Thank you. Pause there. I don't know if it's possible, Mr. McGinnis, are you able to see yourself on that video at that very moment?
I think I'm one of the
blobs over here.
Let me continue forward, and unfortunately,
It's hard
that
to tell.
doesn't
I
work
think
on
I'm
TV.
right.
So
Gotcha.
let's continue forward, and I'll pause in just a little bit here.
Man, if there was an HD version of
Yeah,
this, that would be great.
Mr. McGinnis, I've got a Sister Marciana's pointing device. The judge has allowed us to use. Could you please use this and go up to that screen in the corner, and can you point out yourself on that video?
Don't impale yourself on that stick on the way up. Much as Binger probably would enjoy it.
Yeah, why don't we rewind? Yeah, let's go back 10 seconds and play from there. And then, Mr. McGinnis, just pause when you see yourself, or raise your hand when you see yourself, and we'll pause it, okay?
Oh, yeah, that's going to work. You don't see yourself now? How about now? How about now?
Okay. Can you hold it up there one more second, please? I didn't quite see it. Okay. So just for the record, you are pointing to an area that is on the screen to the left of a vehicle.
Am I the only one that sees that area as empty?
I wish Richie would say, I heard there was HD version of this.
Is it? A Duramax vehicle. I know from other videos that this vehicle is parked in a way that the hood of the vehicle is to the lower left, or sorry, lower right of this TV screen facing Sheridan Road. So if you'll accept that representation, then you're pointing to an area that is near the right, or the rear passenger.
Kyle, just do Sudoku or something, brother.
Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's continue the video forward, please.
I hope Kyle's acquitted because I want to interview this motherfucker. I think he's a hero. I think he did the right thing. I think he's a champion of self-defense, and I do not envy the situation he's in.
Can you hold it up there for a second longer so we can make sure we all see it? Right. That is you.
Objection at some fucking unknown object.
Part of your body extended forward. Is that your arm holding the cell phone? Okay. Was that your right arm, your phone?
Usually it'd be not right. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Kyle, if I interview Richards, I might get too drunk.
You can go ahead and have a seat, please.
Bro, I can't fucking object to anything.
Now, this is stopped at a moment which is right around the time, I think we're maybe a frame or two before Mr. Rittenhouse fires and the shots at Mr. Rosenbaum. And everyone can see where you're at in relation to that. What I want you what I'd like you to do, Mr. Guinness, is tell the jury in your own words, what was going on at this particular moment where we stopped in the video.
So basically, I was running behind Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, and like I mentioned before, Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, and I was continuing, but then I realized, that they were about to basically collide, and so at that moment, I was still running, but just before the shots, I kind of altered my trajectory of my run a little bit in the direction that I perceived to be out of harm's way.
What do you mean harm's way?
Fuck!
You were several feet away from them. What was the harm to you?
Oh,
Well,
shut up.
Once Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and
This
Mr.
is for the
Rosenbaum
reckless
continued,
endangerment.
it's a very short, very, very short period of time from when he turned around to when the shots were fired. And basically in that very short period of time, I realized that Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance and that Mr. Rittenhouse was standing still, and that they would be
There would be a confrontation.
based on Mr. Rosenbaum's the way that he was running and then eventually lunging towards the front portion of the rifle. It was clear to me that something with the weapon was about to happen, and I didn't want to be on the wrong side of that.
Good cover.
You say something with the weapon was about to happen. What do you mean?
Well, it wasn't clear to me whether the weapon would be grabbed or fired or what exactly was going to happen, but it was clear to me that
Grabbed,
it was a
good.
situation where it was likely that
Kyle would defend
something,
himself. Say that. Say that.
Dangerous
Kyle
was
would
gonna
defend
happen,
himself.
be it Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it, Mr. Rittenhouse shooting it. I didn't know, but I knew that my eyes at that moment were, like in this exact moment, were fixated on the barrel of the weapon because I didn't want to end up on the receiving end of that.
You said your eyes.
Oh,
were
Hopper
focused
voted?
on the
Awesome.
barrel of the weapon.
Yes.
Where was
Yes,
the
that
barrel of the
Rosenbaum
weapon
was grabbing for.
At this moment, when he stopped, it was aimed about 45 degrees at the ground.
Did the aim of the barrel of the weapon change?
It did. And when Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse kind of dodged around. And then that's when it was leveled at Mr. Rosenbaum and fired.
What was the position of Mr. Rosenbaum's body when the defendant fired at him?
In the fucking ground,
There were
bitch.
4 shots, but at the,
He just said that he lunged towards him.
Like
Too much.
in one continuous motion, it was like a lunge towards the front portion, a dodge around, and when he missed, his momentum continued forward. And
I'm going to stop you for 1 second.
Yeah.
When he missed, who's he?
Mr. Rosenbaum, I'm sorry.
Please continue.
When Mr. Rosenbaum
I'll try to not have fun
did
anymore. I'll
not
be
make
stoic.
contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, or it wasn't clear to me
Yeah, 'cause
whether or
that'll
not
end
they
well.
made contact, but what was clear to me was that the trajectory of the rifle wasn't really altered by Mr. Rosenbaum's lunge. So if they did make contact, then it was just a glance. It wasn't enough to alter the trajectory of the rifle. But and again, this is just because that was the only thing that I was looking at that point. And it's not clear to me whether he basically fell forward, but that was
I'm
as.
going to stop you for a second because you said he again. Can you
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. He fell forward.
Yes, like it was as if, if you were to lunge
Way to
at
correct him
somebody,
and then do it
if
yourself,
anybody were to
dickhead.
lunge, they'd probably stop themselves, from falling face down on the ground. But the
He's
shots
saying
were fired
lunge, grab,
in the exact instance
angry.
that his momentum was going forward, and that continued until Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground.
When Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground after being shot by the defendant, what
Objection.
was Mr. Rosenbaum's body position?
You don't want to object to this,
face
but
down.
normally you would object to something
Is
like
it
that.
fair to say, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that
He was doing a
when the
planking
defendant
challenge.
shot Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward?
His momentum, I wouldn't say falling, I would say his momentum was definitely going forward. It's not clear, to me, whether he would have, fallen if, the shots hadn't been fired, but certainly his momentum was in the forward direction, and also his hands were out in front of his feet, such that, his center of gravity was
Because he was reaching for the gun.
beyond
Just
where
say
his
that, because he appeared to be reaching for the gun.
You gave an interview in which you characterized this incident as the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum while Mr. Rosenbaum was falling. Do you recall saying that in an interview?
There were 4 shots, so
Good answer.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but was that the direct quote?
Let's put it up on the screen.
Bing is dying inside at this point.
I'm told that Ed Stadler is here early. So I'll give you
Yes!
2 more minutes. You want to continue?
Could we just
But
finish this
you
little
may,
piece up
you
and then
may,
I'll
you
break?
may.
Can we play this?
Your Honor,
starting
I'm
at the 52
I'm used to
second
finishing
mark,
my little
please?
piece, Your Honor. Can I finish my little piece
Tucker, I was
again?
Just about 10 or 12 feet behind them as they ran into the parking lot.
McGinnis was
What I saw
implying that he
Rosenbaum
was being taken out of
pursuing
context.
Rittenhouse, and Rittenhouse turned around. Now, right before he turned around, I'm not sure if this was a reason why he turned around, but there was a gunshot, and that's actually visible on video. It's not clear whether or not that gunshot was fired into the air or towards Rittenhouse, but Rittenhouse did turn around immediately after that. And at that point, he went from
Tucker's incredulous
running away
face.
to aiming his weapon at Rosenbaum, and I was actually directly behind Rosenbaum. So I took 1 or 2 steps to my right as Rosenbaum was lunging for the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And at that point, I was only about...
That's a problem.
We just played an excerpt from a video interview that you did with Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Do you recall this interview?
Yes.
That's
And
a
the date of this interview is
that's a
August
$1 billion listening
Does that
face.
sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 days after the event occurred. Is that fair
I
to
think
say?
I think it was so it happened on a Tuesday, and I believe that was Friday.
Sure, 3 days later. Fair to say that on Friday after this incident, your memory of it might be better than it is 14 months later?
No.
It's just the same. I'm never going to forget it.
It's exact. Good
People's
answer.
Memory is better when it's closer in time.
Objection
I agree with
calls
that.
for speculation. He's not an expert on memory.
And you mentioned seeing some other videos before you gave this interview to Tucker Carlson. So you'd watched some things in those 3 days, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But in this video here, you are telling Fox News, Tucker Carlson, that the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum as Mr. Rosenbaum was falling forward. Correct?
Yeah, it's unclear to me because the shots were so quick whether, the shots are the reason why he...
If Richards doesn't take advantage of this man on
lunged
cross,
and then
he
the
should
shot was
be
fired
fired
as he
and
was lunging,
disbarred.
so it was like...
That's a big call.
I guess perhaps it was the shots that caused him to then, rather than stopping himself, just fall flat.
That's not what you just said. Let's play this back about 20 seconds, please.
Wow, Binger does not want them to have it in their mind that he's correcting himself. Just use the arrow button.
For
Just hit the
barrel
left
of
arrow
the
4
rifle,
times.
and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And
Okay, to be fair though, that's a matter of linguistics. He lunged at him so he was falling.
Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant used the gun and discharged the shots.
Because he lunged at him.
That's inconsistent with what I'm saying right now. He was lunging, falling. I would use those as synonymous terms in this situation because basically he threw his momentum towards the weapon, and when the weapon wasn't there, his momentum was continuing, and that's the point at which he fired. So if you use the word falling or lunging, it was his momentum was going forward, and that's
excellent.
The point at which he fired the shots.
Excellent answer.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. A few seconds
Are you
ago,
sure?
You were saying that
you sure that's where you want to go,
if Mr.
Binger?
Rosenbaum started falling because he was shot.
He doesn't know.
Here, the falling is occurring before the defendant even shoots Mr.
That's not what I
according to your interview.
Let me clarify. I said that I wasn't sure if he didn't catch himself because he was shot, because you can lunge forward and then put your foot out and stop yourself from falling. So it wasn't clear to me, you know, for example, if the shots had not have been fired, it's not clear to me whether he would have fallen or whether he would have caught himself. That's what I meant when I
Get
said
wrecked,
At
Binger,
any
you
rate,
bitch.
Your statement in this interview and what you're telling us here today in person is that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward.
Nope.
When
No.
the defendant shot him.
Yes, his momentum was going forward. I don't know this term falling. I just wouldn't use that. So I'm not going to say that because that's not what I.
You actually have said that. I'm using your.
I'm not going to say that right now because I'm clarifying. It's correct. It was a lie.
Fuck you, Binger. Get wrecked, you pussy. Yeah.
Schroeder actually doing his job.
Where are you,
momentum,
Richards?
falling, however you want to put it. Mr. Rosenbaum was in that motion.
Yes.
He lunged towards the
before
gun.
The defendant shot him.
Yes.
Okay. We can take a break now, Your Honor.
Yeah, he was lunging.
Yeah, because that's
for the
how you
gun.
want to end it.
Let's take a break, folks. Please
Richie McGinnis.
talk about the case during the
Great
break.
witness. Great
Read about
witness.
testimony and account of the trial. Any questions, anybody? Okay, thank you.
However
if
you want to put it.
Richards does not take advantage of Richie McGinnis, he needs to be disbarred.
They eat faster.
This
But,
is the gift. This is a gift given to you.
About 12:30, but if we have somewhere.
All right, I got roughly an hour 20 tops on this, so hopefully we're going to get through a bit of the cross.
Okay.
12:30.
Guys, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll fast forward, and we'll get right back into it. We're gonna catch up on this. I'll be back in just a second. See you guys in just a minute.
Wow, it was so I'm not going to bother skipping through the pee break because it's obvious that he doesn't have the pee song, but it's really clear what Richie was getting at there, and Binger was trying so desperately. He was really concerned about the accuracy of the statement of the police, but not Gaige outright telling lies in his statement of police. Clearly. So glad I'm not leaving it. Yeah, no, look, I have something that I've got to be at 10, so I'll be making sure that I'm sorted out for that. But this is, honestly, I reckon that I could drag myself away. Still like Kyle's suit, the grey is nice. It's very becoming on him, isn't it? The sliminess and the hoops that the legal gymnastics that Binger was trying to do there in order to get Richie to say what he wanted him to say, and he was not having him. He was not having a bar of it. That is really what you want from a witness, and it's hilarious because he was called as a state witness. That was brilliant. Okay, come on, Nick. Now you're taking too long. Does he come back from the pee break? There.
We bring our kids to a central location so they get more of a classroom experience.
This was
with
a
some
good
people who are
witness
not
for
their
him?
Parents teaching them, and they get some extra social interaction.
Oh, don't be, Jonah.
With some,
Honestly.
the ability to make friends with some of their peers. I teach the Constitution to middle schoolers and high schoolers.
Binger was lunging. Yep.
And so, other parents teach other courses. That's what I do. I volunteer and teach the Constitution. So kind of crazy how homeschooling works, right? Because if you think about it, our homeschooling co-op has a lawyer teaching the Constitution to middle schoolers and high schoolers rather than an education major from with no advanced training teaching a civics class. So that's how we do things. It's a fun time. Today we're still in Article 1 of the Constitution because it's early in the year. Today we were talking about how the Senate is elected, that the Senate used to not be a popular vote. We talked about the impeachment process because that's in Article 1. We talked about, we talked about this crazy reality, and I'm still stuck on this. If you'll indulge me for just a second. The impeachment of President Trump, we still don't know. No one knows if that impeachment was a valid impeachment, because it says in the Constitution that the Chief Justice shall, mandatory, preside over the impeachment of a president of the United States. The Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, declined to preside over the impeachment of Donald Trump, and the Senate proceeded anyway with the president pro tempore of the Senate sitting. We have no idea. Like, had Trump actually been convicted on impeachment, we don't know if that's a valid impeachment. We have no way. They would have to make up new laws on this. And that to me, that is...
Outside the two detectives sitting at the table who damn near perjured themselves, Richie was the state's best witness for themselves, which is sad. Wow. Yeah. Sorry, Flux. Okay. Interesting. Really interesting. I can't wait to see that then.
Fascinating, because this is 250 years old, right? Not quite. 230 years old that we have the Constitution.
How long is he going?
And we still don't know the answer to some of the questions.
Damn, he still goes on for another 8 minutes or so. Hang on. Skipping ahead.
And that's magic to me.
Because we want to get to the direct.
Hand had gotten gashed.
And get it finished.
Going out into harm's way to render aid to people. Because of that, he was attacked by unhinged, crazy morons fresh from the mental institution. Hit it, put them in there. He's on edge because people are hostile. It's a hostile situation. Okay, let me read these. Squirrel69 says, Richards can walk up there and say, did you say that you saw Rosin Child Toucher reach for the defendant's gun after you saw him chasing him? Yes, okay, you don't have anything further. RZQDW says, I just remembered that Uncivil Law lives in my town. Hey, Uncivil, you should come to this happy hour discussion club on Tuesday nights. Help us boost the libertarian conservative faction. Uncivil, are you still in chat? I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's there now, but Uncivil, RZEQDW. If you need me to help connect you two, I can make that happen. Just hit me up.
Nick playing matchmaker for the conservatives.
Stephen Cooper says, oh, come on now. Richards uses Betamax, not VHS.
Ooh.
Look, I wanted to adopt VHS, but Betamax is just a better option. Sony has good proprietary products. Been a fan of their proprietary products for a while. Spencer Mosher says, press F to pay respects for the HD version of the FBI FLIR image. Why the hell is this admissible into evidence?
F's in chat,
It's
y'all.
admissible because guess who didn't object?
Of course.
Bushmaster 937 says, your thoughts on the impact of the last 2 days on the jury? First day, I still think the defense takes it first day. Yesterday, prosecution. We'll see what today is.
How much better do I understand Nick and his stream now? I'm learning a lot. I'm not going to
currently
lie.
live streaming on Good Logic. Yes, Good Logic is talking about Ahmaud Arbery today, and he's going to have a bunch of different guests. I don't know how long he's going to be going, but if he's still going after I'm done, you guys should definitely check him out. Or if you get bored of this trial for a little bit, go check out Good Logic. I want to talk about the Arbery case, but I wish they would have had it right when this one ended, or maybe like a week or two break. Jack Hammer says, what did defense do yesterday that they need to redeem today? No objections worth anything, and they need to do better cross-examination. That's what needs to happen. I will say, Richards Richards is doing better today so far than yesterday. Not a high bar to pass. Hopefully, he keeps getting better as the day goes on. His cross exam was weak. His recross was better. He has leveled 3 or 4 objections by now, which are better. We'll see how it goes as we keep going. Blackwind KFP Inquisitor says, so which lawyer has better skills, Richards or Lemoyne? So far, they're about on par. Lemoyne's courtroom presence was not good at the Vic trial at all. Does he write good motions? Yeah, he does. Does he? His oral argument was terrible. The judge was even annoyed by it. Jeff Bezos should do the cross with Richie. Sharfisi might do the cross with Richie. We'll see.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. And the answer to your question is yes. And it's a number 1 buzz is what it's called. But can anybody tell me why they'd call it a partial? Why would they call that a partial?
Did it just go get a haircut?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McGinnis.
8 minute
I can tell you why it was a partial.
Continue where we left off this morning. You were describing.
Hang on. No. The judge got a semi.
Situation where the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum. I want to talk about where you were at that location and what was going on through your mind. Earlier, I think you said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you saw what was going on in front of you between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, at the point at which Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance, that's when I realized that they were going to, I guess, collide or meet, but it was clear based on the speed with which Mr. Rosenbaum was running and obviously what was shouted beforehand that they weren't coming together to have a friendly meeting. And given that Mr. Rittenhouse was armed,
friendly meeting.
I became extremely worried because I was behind Rosenbaum that I was going to be caught in whatever was about to happen.
Did you feel like
he's being very careful not to say crossfire there too, which I'm sure Richards appreciates.
I did, and that's why I altered my trajectory slightly as the shots were being fired.
When those shots were being fired, did anything happen to you?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Did you get hit?
Nope.
Did you feel at that moment like you had gotten hit?
Well, I told the police the night of because they were asking me, where my eyes were. So as Rosenbaum was lunging forward, my eyes were on the gun. But as the shots, when the shots were fired, I did actually change my. I looked down at my legs because it's difficult for me to say.
This is Richie McGinnis.
Sound,
maybe one of the worst state witnesses I've ever seen, but one of the best defense witnesses I've ever seen.
Something went past my legs, and I looked down, and then I looked back up, and I actually stepped to my feet to make sure that I was fine.
You told the detective that you felt something on your leg, and your first thought was that you had been shot. Correct?
I was worried of that. Absolutely. I'm not sure.
I got no idea what's coming.
Whether it was
no spoilers,
actually,
people. Sounds like I'm
actually contacted my pants, or whether it was just the sensation sound, but it caused me to look down, and I did stamp my legs to make sure that they felt okay.
Did you feel that the defendant's actions of turning around and pointing the gun and discharging those rounds put you in danger?
No. Say no.
I would say that given where I was, certainly I was in danger. Yes.
No.
Let me back up 1 second. We've talked a lot about Mr. Rosenbaum's actions towards Mr. Rittenhouse, and I just want to clarify one part of that.
Good
At any
question by
point,
Binger.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum touch the defendant's gun?
Richard should have objected to
It's
that.
hard for me to say whether he actually made contact with the gun, but what I can say is that they were extremely close, and that if he did, then it didn't alter the trajectory of the weapon. So if he did, it wasn't like, he got a hand on it. It was maybe barely grazed it, but they were very close. And it was actually, since I was behind him, his body was partially obstructing the barrel of the gun at that time. So it's hard for me to say definitively whether or not he actually made contact, but not that I saw. I couldn't say definitively. Oh, which part? I couldn't say definitively whether or not there was contact made.
We know from all the videos, from all the evidence, Mr. Rittenhouse fires 4 rounds. You testified earlier, Mr. Rosenbaum winds up face down on the ground, correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Well, after the shots were fired, there were other shots that were going off, and at this point, I'm aware of the fact that that's probably gunfire. Mr. Rittenhouse, from my perspective, had run away, and Mr. Rosenbaum was lying behind a car, and so I knew that he was, given the shots were fired at such close range, that he had to have been hit. And he was lying lifeless on the ground. And so I saw him behind the car, and I saw it as both a place that I could get safety, but also help him. And so I ran over. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay? I'm going to flip you over slowly."
And he said,
at that point, other people were arriving, and that's basically all the rest is on video. But we were trying to. I presume that there were, given the weapon that he was using, that there had to be big wounds, and
there actually be small
as people
wounds.
arrived, we were looking for those, and then somebody shouted that there was a hospital across the street. At which point, I told one individual to grab his other arm, and we
see dog
carried him across the street. Should I just continue?
Let me stop you there for a second. Can we please play Exhibit 19? 19?
Then I heard a super chat from someone's Bluetooth speaker. It said, "He found out."
That was funny.
Freakism syndrome. No, I don't even know how to post on 4chan. I'm that much of a boomer. Someone else posted it there. No, people have been telling me that, yeah, my streams have been posted on poll on 4chan. Well, I mean, I'm not in control. I'm too stupid to even figure out how to post on 4chan. I'm like Richards with technology, right? I'll send a text message, maybe via satellite, to get a stream up on 4chan. Today we have a new guest joining us. We got Legal Mindset.
Oh shit!
Oh gosh, golly, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad.
I hope we get another shot of the dead body of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Oh, they pause it. They pause it again on the corpse. By the way, Nick, I brought that up to Kurt and Alita. They couldn't believe me. They thought I was lying to them. I'm like, no. It was the defense that told them to pause. I can't make this shit up.
Can we focus on the fact, though, that Rittenhouse just went over to look over and check the guy?
The prosecution, not the
defense.
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If anyone was going to make a cultural reference, they might have been checking to whether or not he was going to double tap. But he clearly went over to make sure, and then he looks like he's freaking the hell out. If that's not instant, concern, I don't know what is.
I wanted to show.
I don't mind watching a pedophile get iced.
Moment after the shooting where you are taking your shirt off.
Sorry, let's be honest. I don't give a shit.
Because I presume that
You were a Morton Trump, weren't you? That donated that $3.
and that
Fuck around and find out.
I was an ER doctor. And, if something's bleeding, you apply pressure. So that was the goal with doing that.
We see in the video that the defendant runs around the cars and comes close to you. And again, like I said earlier, we're going to try and go back to that moment in time. I know benefit of hindsight, but at that particular moment as you're standing there next to Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know that was the defendant?
I did not.
What did you think was going on with that figure next to you?
Well, the way that I saw it from it was kind of a tunnel vision situation. So I was looking at Mr. Rosenbaum on the ground and attempting to find where the wounds were. And it was like a pair of legs arrived next to me from my peripheral vision. And I just screamed, call 911. And then I saw a hand reach into the pocket. And I assumed that was what was happening. And actually, when I got up, I did, watching the video after the fact, I was facing Mr. Rittenhouse, but given that I was in the process of removing my shirt, I was actually looking at the ground, and I told the police, and I actually remember the moment the next morning that I realized that was Mr. Rittenhouse when I saw the video.
It's an energy drink, not a White Claw, you degenerates.
You've known in that moment that was Mr. Rittenhouse.
What's it matter if he knew in that moment?
I think I felt in danger anyways.
Oh, you're.
But I certainly think would have maybe changed my tone of voice. I
Richie, stop.
Can't really imagine what I would have done, but I mean, I was afraid in that moment.
Objection calls for speculation. I mean,
so it's hard for me to say.
Look, I'm drinking, so if my objections are 30 seconds delayed.
Who you sensed next to you, we now know.
Sensed him.
You said he pulled out his phone.
I just saw his hand go into his pocket, and like from my perspective, that's all that I saw. And I assumed that
G'day.
Was, I had said call 911, hand went into the pocket. I assumed that was what was happening.
Did you hear the defendant say?
Glitch. Signal loss
what
detected.
What the fuck is this?
Oh,
1672, the year their fucking Wi-Fi system was built.
Hold on. Let me see if I've got
Switch the source.
The backup. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Always fun when this sort of shit happens.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. Good to see you all again.
Oh, we're back.
I need to show it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I need to show the dead body again. What a catch you next Tuesday.
Who wait, Binger just asked to see it again? Or
Binger just told him I have to show it again. I have to show the dead body. I just have to.
Oh, of course you have to.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick?
If McGinnis starts crying, I retract everything I said, and I'll call him a beta.
Flip real quick, bro. Here, flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at? Turn around. Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light.
Put pressure on it. Put fucking
Where?
pressure on it.
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
On the wound.
Get the
It's
fucking
right
mask
here
up.
in his head. Come on. Put pressure.
We don't do slow chat here. Der Stelle Kaiser. Sounds like someone trying to start a lawnmower.
What's your name, bro? Stay with me. Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro? It's all thinking the hospital right here. Yeah, get him up. Get him up. Keep pressure on him. I got him. Get him. Keep pressure on him. Get his arms.
At least this one doesn't have the super chats popping up. Jesus. Even Kyle's like, bro, you should object right now.
Correct.
Earlier, you described holding your phone up as the chase is going on, and the phone wasn't set to record video.
Mm-hmm.
At what point did you?
Sean was already more prejudicial. He did that deliberately.
I have no idea.
There was no need to show that multiple times.
I don't know how it went from photo to record. And I don't know how it started at that particular moment. Actually, I did call my CEO of my company immediately afterwards from the hospital and told him that I had recorded a homicide. And then I looked at my phone and I realized that it wasn't recording at the time.
I think you testified a little bit ago, and I want to pick up where you left off, that you attempted to treat Mr. Rosenbaum, and then there's a process by which he is carried over to the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us about your involvement in that process?
Well, my hand was on his head, and I was under his right shoulder. There's another individual under his left shoulder. And then there were
homicide is a legal term that just means a death caused by another person. It is not. It does not draw an inference about murder.
Yes.
There was somebody
or intent.
I'll hardly agree with you on that, Snivels.
That we should put him in the car to get him there quicker. At which point he opened the tailgate, and we loaded him into the back of the car, and
not quite sure how this is relevant
actually
to the issue, frankly.
Large crowd around.
Might be a time to object to that, but you know.
It could be. Objection, Your Honor. Can we focus on the issue of whether or not my client is guilty of shooting? You know, that's not how you word it. But can we focus on the issues of the case, the elements of the alleged criminal act?
So I've been on these other streams for the last 2 hours. Has there been any objections during those past 2 hours?
He's raised about 4 or 5 today. It's been better. Better today than yesterday, but
been 0. Better than 0.
Gate had to go up, and we went through the gate, and that was like right.
And
next to the ER, and
yesterday's cliffhanger objection was withdrawn by the prosecution.
With the gurney, and then I helped load him onto the gurney, and then they took him.
Objectile dysfunction, and see the annoying thing is as well.
He took so many children, and he's young.
If this hadn't gone Kyle's way, so many of these objections wouldn't have been able to been available for appeal, because they're not preserving the objections for appeal. Like, I get that it's his style, but personally, I feel like there should be substantially more objections than what he's been doing. And it sounds like Chad agrees with me, but just wanted to clarify that.
Younger days.
We've seen the video that you recorded at Mr. Rosenbaum's body. There's another video that we were watching before that of someone else approaching the scene. It appears to me in the videos that
does the camera on the left side of the frame look like a comically oversized sniper rifle silencer to you?
Yes. Or like a t-shirt cannon.
I believe
to get blasted with a free Kyle t-shirt.
Vehicle. I like to think that he could hear me. It seemed that his eye was looking at me, but it was kind of rolling back, and then.
Yeah, you're probably right on that, Glitterfart. There's probably quite a bit that was stipulated. I mean, we know that a lot was stipulated too.
Me.
But there's things here that procedural, or that are.
So I'm not sure if he heard me, but.
There's a lot of things here that wouldn't be in relation to the stipulations, is what I'm saying.
And I told him, go into the night, sweet prince.
He's clearly He's clearly impacted by this, but I mean, you know.
Why is this testimony being allowed at this point?
Yeah.
Till the end, did you ever hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything at all?
But he gets lit up multiple times later
He said,
on. I'm looking forward to
"Forgive
it.
Kyle. He was right." That's what I heard.
You helped the hospital personnel get him on a gurney. Did you stay at the hospital for a while after that?
Yes.
Objection. Who cares?
I was number one, covered in blood. Number two, I didn't have a shirt, and the police actually locked down the hospital. My coworkers Shelby and Jorge came to the hospital, and actually Shelby literally offered me the shirt off her back, so that I could.
Hope he took it.
Not be.
Bound chicka wow wow.
I tried to leave.
Was then she shirtless?
Can you come to the station? I mean, it wasn't really an ask. It was more of a, you're coming to the station. But, you know, I had already talked with my mom and my CEO, and I was resolute and cooperating.
In which order?
So I said, whatever you guys need me to do. And I stayed at the hospital for maybe an hour or 40 minutes before a squad car came and got me. And there was actually a detective or a uniformed police officer who asked me some questions while I was at the hospital. And I gave him my phone.
While you were at the hospital, did
Pry
you
my
see
phone
any
from my
other,
cold, dead hands.
Folks that had been shot or injured that night?
I did. I saw Mr. Grosskreutz.
Yeah.
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz.
They're not getting my DMs.
So right after I loaded Mr. Rosenbaum onto the gurney, before I could even grasp what was happening, he came in to there were like the doors that we came in were on one side of the hospital, but then there were like the emergency room sliding doors, like the public access. And he came in through there with an officer, and he was holding his arm, and I saw his arm.
You should have offered him a hospital gown.
It was his bicep was effectively gone. There was just
It was reduced to
blood.
mist.
Can you tell us in your own words how you were feeling at that moment?
It was just surreal. It was, I felt scared about what was going to happen, what I would have to do after that, because I knew, you know, that I had what I had seen. I became more worried once I realized that my phone wasn't recording.
Why do you say that?
Because that made me realize that it was my eyes that saw it, and that.
Are you about to testify that your eyes are unreliable?
Dear God, don't do that.
Able to show. I'd have to.
Well, there is an argument to the unreliability of eyewitness evidence.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Richards.
Come on, Richards.
Don't fail me now, you failure.
You got 50
This will be
minutes.
the last
Show me
time
some
you
shit.
fail me.
After you left the hospital, you went to.
Is this cross one or recross?
Yes. You were
Cross one.
interviewed shortly after this happened by a detective, Separus.
Yes.
And that's not either of these two individuals here, correct?
No.
And you gave them video taped and sound recorded statement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And that was in a room with a small table and carpeted walls.
Yes.
And
Who puts carpet on the
you
walls?
stated to Detective
There's some weirdos
Severus,
out there.
I'm quoting
Elvis.
the guy who I interviewed was trying to evade him. When you're using the term guy who you interviewed, who are you referring to?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And he was trying to evade whom?
Mr. It depends on what instance you're talking about, but initially it was very difficult for me to tell who he was evading because the street was dark and I was a ways back. there were a number of individuals kind of moving in his direction, and there's a lot of noise. So it wasn't clear to me who he was evading initially when he started to run.
Okay, but you used the word him, which should be singular. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I believe that in that same statement, though, I said that there were a couple of individuals, including the man who was shot.
I'll read from your statement at page 20. And there were other people who were moving very quickly, and I noticed two guys who were moving quickly. One of the ones was the guy who ended up, I guess, getting shot and dying, and they were moving towards him. So he was, according to what I saw, trying to evade these individuals.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the individuals is the guy who gets shot, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And the other one is somebody who, to this day, you would not know who it is.
No. Yeah. It was dark, and it was very difficult to identify. I don't think I could. No.
And you had interviewed Kyle before this shooting, maybe 15 minutes?
It was like 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe 15.
I have the metadata
Okay.
in my phone. So
Okay.
according to the metadata on the phone, it was about 14 minutes.
Okay. And when you met Kyle and you interviewed him, he was not menacing to you, was he?
Beyond that he had a weapon, no.
Okay. So what was menacing was the weapon.
When I said menacing in that context, it was the situation that was menacing, which is a number
Thank
of
you
armed
for
individuals.
rescuing Richards from a
Specifically,
garbage question.
In that instance, I was most nervous about the individuals.
It's
on
really
the roof
scary when the
because I
witness is the one that's
see them. So
doing the job for the
it was
defense.
just more concerning to me because at least the folks on the ground, I could see them.
And Kyle was one of the ones on the ground.
Yes.
And
We're going to welcome Alita to the show. Welcome.
What's up, Alita? Good to see you a third time.
Alright, hang on, I'm gonna have to work the layouts here. Where do I... Yeah, I think I should... or should I go with that one? Maybe I'll bring myself down here. That'll do. Alright. Save as new layout. There we go. Do you think this witness is what got Cole off? We shall certainly see. I'm very... Richie's crossing himself. Oh, damn it. I ain't gonna say it again, guys. Just leave it alone, okay?
I know. It's like legal mindset and I are just we're just following one another.
Stalker.
Okay, so you just asked.
So you went
Interview is
through it.
26 minutes
So,
long. Use the word menacing
take your word
once.
for it, but I don't recall saying it another time.
Oh boy.
And this is your word to Detective Separus. No, it's cool. But he did. I mean, the interview, he was very cordial. Detective, yeah, you. Very
I think
nice,
I fixed the
and almost
volume,
seemed
guys.
Like innocent.
Calm down.
Very, almost seemed like too much for his own good. You remember that statement?
Yes, I do.
And you're referring to him being too innocent for his own good, correct?
I was alluding to the fact that it seemed to me that a lot of the people, protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, were casting negative looks in his direction, and he wasn't. He didn't seem to be aware of that.
Meaning Kyle wasn't aware of how the people
How pissed off the people were.
Binger
Not in his
objects,
group,
calls for
it's just the
speculation.
Group that generally speaking,
Criticize Binger
who
on
were
this
on
one.
the ground who had just been.
I think little.
Back by the
I think little Binger has enough W's on this so far.
Can we avoid trying to
Binger.
assist the
Who are you,
prosecution?
Trump?
That's a fair statement in my perception. Yes. I think it was also additionally that I was referring to the fact that he was shouting medical, and that people
On your TV, I'm covered by
were
chat.
looking at him negatively,
Okay.
kind of like angry when they heard, him, and then saw his, I guess, presumed.
I'm adjusting
weapon,
sound in real
whatever
time,
it
guys.
was
It takes a minute.
I didn't mean to cut you, I apologize. That's where you talked about the dual.
I can also turn mine down if I'm too loud.
Could you drop it down about maybe like 10, 15%?
And
got it.
He might not have perceived.
I'm Gucci, right?
Problem with that dual role.
Maybe if you could drop down a little bit, it'd be helpful.
Okay, I'll do it.
If you guys could just drop down to
yeah, he might not
0
have
and I'll
perceived.
just talk.
What am I doing here? Is it still too loud or is it better?
I didn't know.
Let me
I
lower.
don't know
I'll
if
lower
it
you a bit on
was
my
a
end.
Fire extinguisher, or if it was a
Oop, no,
piece
don't
of
want that.
metal or something, kick something.
Crap.
I have no idea.
We should be good.
But when I turned back,
Cool.
fire extinguisher
better.
on, and
Yeah.
he had the AR-15 kind of like aiming downwards. And at that point, they were heading into the parking lot, and he was kind of facing.
All right. If I'm
backwards.
still too loud, I'll
The
turn it down
individual
again.
That shot was advancing.
I see how it is, Chungus.
And he actually dodged. He dodged around, and then he ran backwards. So he almost like
All right.
turned his back.
Lowered it to like 40. Hopefully
Driving
that's
him
better.
running away from Mr.
We're good.
Rosenbaum there, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
And as Mr. Rittenhouse is running away from him, Mr. Rosenbaum was in pursuit, correct?
Correct.
And at one point, Kyle turns around with the weapon. You're talking about it being in a downward position towards Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes. Are you talking about the final instance where he turned around?
About the first instance.
Yes.
Okay. And this isn't where Mr. Rosenbaum gets shot, correct?
Correct. That was he was kind of up on the curb.
I think you don't know.
He kind of headed in the direction towards the car lot, and then he stopped and turned.
And then he continues running, and Mr. Rosenbaum continues to chase Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
Didn't he see? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. The instance where I described that there were two individuals, that was kind of at that point in time. So I didn't zero in on Mr. Rosenbaum being kind of the one person pursuing him until after that first kind of juke and run.
Okay. And do you remember
It's how I juke and run.
Mr. Rittenhouse turning around in the parking lot?
Only shirtless though.
Mr. Rosenbaum is chasing, just Mr. Rosenbaum chasing.
Yes.
Okay. And this is before the final confrontation.
When he turned around initially, he was kind of on the sidewalk before they got into the lot. And that was when it wasn't clear that Mr. Rosenbaum was the sole, because it was very dark. So perhaps I'm assuming that was him, but also like I was fumbling with my phone at that juncture and I was hanging up with Shelby. That was kind of all happening in that simultaneous moment. So it's hard. I didn't identify Mr. Rosenbaum until we kind of entered the lot where it was very light.
Okay.
Well lit.
And when he enters the lot, Mr. Rosenbaum, it's Kyle and Mr. Rosenbaum really in that area where the shooting occurred. There's nobody else.
Yes, correct.
And he runs, according to your vantage point, basically as far as he can.
Yeah, I did state to the police the night of that it appeared that when he stopped, he entered an area where there was like a car parked and a wall. I mean, it would have been conceivable that, you could have, the car was like it wasn't up against the wall. Like you could conceivably have continued, but it seemed to me, my perception that night that he, had entered a bit of a dead end, or at least felt that way.
And he turned and looks at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum.
Get him to say he's cornered
knows
over
that
and
he's
over and over
chasing an
again.
armed individual, correct? I'm not objecting, Your Honor. It's speculation. He's seen the gun.
Well, it is, we don't know.
Banger with a
what
good
he
objection.
I'll ask it this way.
saw. Okay.
This is what Richard should be doing all day. Richard should
Yes,
take notes.
take
from
notes,
Banger.
Grandpa. Yeah.
Correct.
They are,
Correct. Yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing between those two individuals to block Mr. Rosenbaum's view, correct?
Correct.
Just ask if you could see his gun.
He's an armed individual, correct?
I assume he could have, yes.
He kept advancing.
Correct.
And he continues to advance until he makes a lunge for the weapon, correct?
Yes. It appeared that he was lunging for the front
It's a good rhythm for cross.
Okay, which would be the business.
Better.
He's doing well.
Yes.
And you know, as you sit here today, that he yelled the words F you, but the whole words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What
We'll
was
drop
the
a hard
tone of
R,
his
but not
voice
an
as
F.
he yelled?
Yep.
Very angry.
Dude's
As
got a
he
line
goes
he
to
won't
Kyle
cross. I
Rittenhouse,
respect
correct?
that.
Correct.
And there's been some statements about him shot in the back. Don't dispute it. If you're Mr. Rittenhouse and I'm Mr. Rosenbaum,
God damn it! Talk into the microphone, Elaine.
from you back to Mr. Rittenhouse.
No.
Okay. And your vantage point would allow you to see if in fact this is the proverbial shooting an innocent person in the back, correct?
The word innocent is probably that.
You mean, was I close enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as he shot, you never saw him turn around, look at you directly, and begin running away for the back shot.
Good question.
Correct.
Very good. Yeah.
It's important to establish that Rosenbaum was always advancing on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
Because the big part of the the prosecution's case is that he was shot in the back, and that's how he died. Shooting him in
To
the back like a
detective
coward.
that evening, describing the confrontation
Actually, I really don't like that. I'm tiny on my own stream.
between Rosenbaum and Kyle Rittenhouse. In my best estimation, I think this individual and possibly other individuals decided they were going to get his gun from him, correct? I'm going to object to that. Calls for speculation.
He's asking
It's also
for
just
what
a
they
hearsay.
decided.
It's also
trying
a
to
hearsay objection.
interrupt the flow here because he was on actually going somewhere.
What appeared to him to have
Present sense impression is your exception.
But when you say belief,
This is why you
don't
should have.
talk the way lawyers want them to.
This is why you should have
the
objected
lawyers want very
earlier,
strict
Richards.
adherence to just perception by the senses. In ordinary discourse, people don't think that way. They combine a whole array of things that they see and perceive.
Guy's
with
a
all
good
of their
judge.
senses and their experience in life, and then they put that into the form of an impression. And now the lawyers, and I'm not singling out one lawyer or another, lawyers typically they want, well, just as was referred to earlier, just the facts. I'm going to let the witness testify as one who would ordinarily
I wish
discourse with
Clitifa
others.
doesn't quite work that
Judge
way.
is
Mind
the
there is-
best
there's a
witness,
huge
the
power
best defense
of
attorney
things
for Kyle
other
so far.
Yes.
That's so true.
And then I'll let the state redirect on that. He can answer the question.
I'll read the statement to you, and I'll ask you why you believed it or why you thought that, okay?
Yep.
But in my best estimation, I think that the individual and possibly other individuals decided that they were going to get his gun from him. Do you remember telling Detective Separate?
I do, yes.
What was that statement based on?
It was based upon the way that they were advancing towards him. It seemed that they were trying to move quickly, such that they could catch him.
Okay. And from your vantage point, remembering back to that evening, did you see that Kyle Rittenhouse was with anyone that was friendly to him that night?
That night?
At that time?
At that moment, no. Mr. Bulch was with him when I was walking behind them, and then after I saw Yellow Pants guy, that was the last I saw.
Love that name.
He was alone after that.
Statement from you to the detective. And it is very clear from the moment I focused on that situation between those two that the unarmed guy got shot, was trying to get his gun. And you remember making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Say it again.
And what is
Say it
that
over and
statement
over.
based
Bigger would do it.
The motion of him
He'd say it 4 or 5 times by now.
running and reaching for the front portion of the rifle.
he paused, so it looked like he was very close. You used the word very close. What does that mean to you?
Well, I was behind Mr. Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rittenhouse was on the other side of me and Rosenbaum, and so it was clear that as he lunged forward, they almost made contact. It wasn't clear if they did or not, but very close, just meaning like close enough to just reach out.
Okay.
Within inches.
And your perception was that evening, as you watched it, he was going for the barrel of the gun.
Good.
Correct.
Say it again,
Yep.
as many times as possible.
Yep.
And you think that because
And
he got close to the
detective
gun,
followed
right?
up on
Is that
that.
fair?
To pin that down, and you stated
Oh, here we go. Good.
he was certainly trying to grab the barrel of the gun.
Boom.
You were certain of that.
Great
That's what we
question.
need.
I'm going to raise my objection again. This is speculation.
It's what he testified. It's what he
I'll
said to the
repeat my
detective.
same statement that I made to the jury. There certainly is an element of
Based.
in the witness's answer, but that's the way people talk in ordinary discourse. And convey
Richards, take
information
notes.
to
This
another.
judge will
they have to weigh
favor
it
you
in
on
terms of its
objections.
reliability, knowing that
The other issue though with the prosecution actually objecting to this is that it's also kind of highlighting that this is something that they don't want.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the jury is also almost being alerted to, ooh, this is something that the prosecution doesn't want. Maybe I should lean in and listen in right now.
And Richard should ask it
That's where his hands
again.
went.
Exactly.
And your statement to the detective. Yeah, so it was like the guy he shot was like this. And then he was and he leaned in, so he was like this. And so at that time he was shot, he was kind of leaning forward.
Good.
You were describing to the detective what you observed Mr. Rosenbaum doing, correct?
This is
Correct.
great.
Could you describe that or show us?
Yes.
Um,
Open.
it's probably easier to show, to be
Please.
honest.
Can we get an example gun up there for him to read?
Yeah. Grab it.
Running and then,
Just the tip.
when he had a portion of the rifle, his lunged forward like that.
Okay. So you've shown somebody in the tack position, you lunge forward and putting both of your arms out, and you're saying going for the barrel.
I would say he was more like kind of in an athletic position, like you would if you were, like running as fast as you could. And then, I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part?
So he's running.
What does he mean by an athletic position?
Like a crouch.
I thought he meant black guy because that's how he kind of described black guys. But
It was like a little bit,
Hard R.
Superman would be kind of, straight out. It was more like out and down because the rifle was aimed, like it was lower than where his hands were. So his hands were actually going kind of downward as well,
And
towards the barrel.
when he goes for the barrel, what does Kyle do with the gun?
He dodged around it
And then does what?
and then leveled the weapon and fired. And it wasn't necessarily leveled because Mr. Rosenbaum was in a lower position, so it was still somewhat angled towards the ground, but it was leveled at his body.
Well,
This exchange,
that speaks to the recklessness charges.
that's the only reason why I say that there were more people involved. Detective, okay? In trying to corner this guy or whatever. Detective, because I just heard a lot of yelling and a lot of really fast movement. That's more talking about what you observed at the beginning, correct?
Correct, yes.
But you thought this was a group of people, at least two, trying to get Kyle's gun from him when he's low.
If I were to, I believe that I was speculating that that's what they were trying to do based on what I saw.
Okay. And the shots that you heard, there's a shot and then there's Kyle's shots, correct?
Correct.
The shot that you hear first, can you say whether it's in front of you, behind you, to the side of you?
So, like, there's like the building, that's the actual building in that lot. That's to my right as I'm running. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are in front of me. And it was like to my left.
So as you're advancing, it would be from the area of the sidewalk.
Correct.
And you've looked at numerous videos now, not that day, but since, and you actually see the flash of gunfire.
Correct.
Your statement getting towards the end, and it was pretty clear to me that the guy with the gun was trying to evade the other guy, and that's throughout this event until he stops.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
He did not want to be caught by Mr. Rosenbaum.
That is correct.
And when he finally did turn and point the gun, Rosenbaum kept advancing.
Correct.
And Kyle Rittenhouse had no way of knowing that this was a three-person grouping. In other words, him, Rosenbaum, you. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Maybe calls for speculation.
Testifies to what Kyle Rittenhouse knew or did not know.
Yeah.
Well, his actual question was not what he knew, but rather whether he had. He asked
Judge.
Any reason to believe?
He had no way of knowing.
I can see
didn't even
why
have to
they were
respond.
giving
Yeah.
Schroeder
The defense
benefit of
didn't
the
even have to
doubt.
respond. He answered. This tells you.
He was effectively
Wants it to
doing Richard's
reframe
job
it.
for him at
Yeah.
various
Okay.
points. So
Yeah.
Easy.
That's a borderline question that he had.
Know how this witness would know what Kyle Rittenhouse knew. It's complete speculation as to the defendant's state of mind.
Overruled.
Overruled. He just shook his head. He didn't even say a word.
I think it would need to be phrased in terms of, did the physical circumstances suggest that Mr. Rittenhouse
He's
would
giving
have
him
been
how
in
to
a
ask the
position
question.
to know?
Sir, would Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse
Holy shit.
been in a position to know
Oh,
that you were
Bruce,
behind?
what happened to you, mate?
Why
he
didn't
was
Binger
certainly
object
close enough,
again?
But I wasn't looking at where he was looking. I was looking, like I said, at that point at the front portion of the weapon.
It's true. He's very consistent with what he wants
It was
coming in.
quite light in that area.
I suppose
so
we're seeing
it's
this in
very
benefit of the
possible.
defense as opposed to the
if he
prosecution
had
for
been
once.
looking in my direction, he certainly would have seen me.
But he's running away from where you are until he turns, and he has this guy coming at him, correct?
Correct.
And if Mr. Rosenbaum had stopped 5 or 7 feet away from him, would he have been shot?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Calls for speculation.
That'll probably. Let me see what happens here, but
Be sustained, I think.
yeah, I think it's sustained. That's my inkling here.
Yeah. Or he's just going to withdraw and reframe.
Make the prosecution object to these kind of questions, though.
I agree. I agree with the tactic.
Yeah. Slows it down so that people are paying attention to every question now.
Look at how
Because it's
hard
like-
Binger's having to work for this objection. Like, he hasn't issued an argument yet. He has to give a reason for the objection. He still hasn't done it.
Now,
Yeah, which is my biggest frustration with Hollywood legal dramas.
You get you're giving aid to Mr. Rosenbaum after he's been shot 4 times. Were those shots slow, bang, 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 or were they in quick succession?
It was extremely quick. The night of, I said it was 3 or 4 because it was so quick that it was hard for me to count.
And now everyone agrees it's 4, and you do too.
Yes.
Okay. And after he's shot, you pick him up and you try to carry him to the hospital, but you stop at a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What's happening to you as you're stopping or trying to get him to this vehicle? What's happening to you?
Well, there was a very large crowd around us. Everyone was yelling. I was getting bumped, and I thought that I was just being bumped by the crowd. But then, I got bumped a little bit harder, and then I felt a fist hit my face.
This is why he didn't object earlier.
I felt what in my face?
A fist.
So there's a large group of people surrounding you.
This
the
is
other
good.
individual
That
carrying
makes
Mr.
sense.
Rosenbaum's car.
Mm.
Yes.
And people in that crowd were striking at you.
I can only identify the one person because, again, I thought I had a lot of adrenaline, and I didn't think it was anything beyond getting, being in a mob, a crowd of people who were all
riding.
I guess very animated. A lot of people were yelling.
Violent. Just call them
and
violent.
I
They
didn't
hit
really
you in the face.
feel it until it was like a hard punch to the side of my face. And I turned around and saw the individual, and he was pointing at me like he wanted. He was mad at me.
Like he wanted more punches at you. Is that it?
Yeah, I at that point I was actually just entering the rear of the vehicle, and so he hit me, and I looked back, and I actually kicked my legs towards where he was at the tailgate to get him away from me.
Thank you. And you go to that interview, and they're very interested in your phone, correct?
Correct.
You are told that they're either going to take your phone and get a search warrant, or you'll give consent, correct?
Correct.
And you don't
Always make them get the
wanna
warrant,
give up
people.
everything in your phone because it's your job. And
Not that I am in any way giving legal advice.
I didn't want to lose possession of my phone because it is my livelihood. Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you they weren't going to go into your phone because of Marcy's Law?
I don't recall that.
If somebody said that, you'd remember that, correct?
Good question.
Yeah, what they said
He's
was
a victim of a
"Can you
crime.
Take your phone to download the videos," and I gave it to him. I don't recall anything about Marcy's Law.
They told you if you didn't give them consent, they were going to get a search warrant, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you
Good.
were not written.
This is
first
good
degree,
questions.
correct?
And he's asking him at the
correct. I
right
was not-
time now.
Now, you also testified about how at this
I would also like to point out the correlation of him doing very well and me being here.
there
So
were firearms.
I don't know. I mean, I think that,
Correct.
maybe it's just
We can't say
Magic
correlation is
wizardry.
causation, but
I would say most firearms.
causation, correlation. Same, right?
Correct.
I believe so.
New York, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
That's for sure.
For sure. Washington, D.C., can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
Correct.
Wisconsin, you can open carry.
Correct. You know.
So
better
that
than I
makes
do.
that
Yes.
makes for a prevalence of guns.
Yes. And I believe the same in Seattle as well.
And the second night of the riots, you came to Kenosha and you saw the car source lot with all the cars, not the one where the shooting happened, but the one right below your hotel burned.
Yeah, it was burning every night.
Okay. But that was the night where most all of the cars went out.
Are you referring to Monday night?
Yes.
Yes. The
Okay.
night before the shooting, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry to make myself clear. Monday night, the first car source lot with maybe 30, 40 cars goes up.
Yes.
Okay. And the fire department didn't come.
That was when we interviewed the individuals with the power washer and the buckets of water. I didn't see. I mean, I saw the fire department responding to a different fire at a furniture store, but not in front of that lot.
Okay. And that's the night where some cars got put on fire at car source 2, and they were trying to put it out with a power washer and I think buckets.
Like literally buckets and trash cans. of
Okay.
water.
And that was citizens, not the fire department.
That's correct.
And when, and then I'll end, you had no fear or problem from Kyle or Mr. Balch when you went out on that patrol.
I would say that I was certainly fearful just in the general sense, given that there were weapons and that it was a chaotic environment.
Were you fearful of Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse?
At the time that I was walking with them?
Yes.
I was fearful of the potentiality that, those weapons would be used. So I would say I was elevated in terms of my assessment of the risk involved in the situation. but I wouldn't say that I was specifically fearful of them individually. I was fearful of what might happen.
You're fearful of the situation in Kenosha
Good.
on August 25th, 2020. All the armed people, the rioting, the chaos, and the social unrest.
And the guns.
No, Shauna, I think I'm probably going to
And
finish it
both
up
sides
once
take
he's done here with the cross.
I actually didn't see. I know after seeing video, I do see that now, but the only armed individuals that I saw that night were in front of the business.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Not a bad cross, frankly.
No.
Not a bad cross.
Yeah, look, could have been
No.
worse.
That's all we can ask for from Richards.
All right, so there's not going to be any sort of a break, so... what's that comment? Look, here's the deal. Kenosha was fiery but peaceful protest. CNN said it so. Yeah, pretty sure there's a whole heap of, news coverage that contradicts that, not to mention the people that actually live there and all that sort of stuff. So, guys, there you have it. That is, we are 3.5 hours into day 4 of the trial. Where are we going to go? I'm going to go big there. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to get out of here so I can go and do some work. But I'll be back. What are we doing? A regular stream tomorrow because I've got to drive. So Thursday we'll be back for more Rittenhouse. And in the meantime, guys, as always, remember, you are not a piece of shit. You contribute to society, and you make a difference. Even if all you do is hit that like button. And my brain decided to just have a little bit of a frozen moment there. As always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I shall catch you on the flip side. I'm just going to quickly have a look, see if anyone else is live that I can redirect you to. But if not, I shall end it there. Just give me a second. Go to YouTube creators. Might be too early for most people. We'll have a look. Content. Live. Customization. I've had monetization off this entire time because I'm a moron. And redirect. Anyone live? Oh, Mindset's live. Alright, I'll send you across there. Alright, guys. Gonna love you and leave you. As always, have a good day, and I shall catch us later.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here.
See ya.